Thank you, councillors. It is now 9 o'clock, so I'll call to order. And if you could please take your seats. And while we're getting comfortable, if we just take the time to turn your mobile devices to silent, please. Thank you. And please note that we continue to observe some pre-registration and limited numbers in line with some COVID guidelines. So welcome everyone to the April 2021 Kempsey Shire Council meeting. Welcome to any community members that have joined us today, any staff that have joined us today in chambers, and to our local media person from the MACLEAY, Argus, Ruby, Pasco. For anyone joining us for the first time, either in chambers or by live stream, this is an open meeting of council to allow people to observe council in the decision-making process. It's a regulation requirement to advise anyone present that your attendance is taken as consent to the possibility that your image and or voice may be recorded and broadcast via to the public via our live stream. Any other visual and or sound recordings of the meeting require prior permission, and that needs to be a unanimous decision of council. Council will break at approximately 10:30 to allow councillors and staff a short break. So welcome councillors, General Manager, the executive team and staff. And good morning and welcome to anyone joining the live stream telecast. Just a reminder, councillors, that voting will be called for any dissent vote. Non-dissent vote is in an affirmative. Abstaining vote is recorded as a vote against. If there is no dissent vote, the motion will pass unanimously. And a couple of things, councillors, to remember that to activate your microphones when you're speaking, put your light on so I know that you want to speak, and then you'll be acknowledged. And just be aware that we do have the ability to move into workshop if it's agreed by the majority of councillors, which will allow less formal debate. So to formally begin, please refer to item number 1, which is our opening prayer. Dear Lord, help us in our deliberation today so that our decisions will be for the greater good for the whole of the Kempsey Shire. Amen. Amen. And council acknowledges that this meeting is being held on the traditional lands of the Dunghutti people. Applications, apologies for leave of absence or apologies. We have one apology today, which is from Councillor Ashley Williams. Thank you, Councillor McGinn. Seconded by Councillor Shields. We all agree there's no dissent. That's accepted. Confirmation of minutes. The minutes have been distributed, and do I have a mover for the... Thank you, Councillor.
Second that.
It's been moved by Councillor Patterson and seconded by Councillor Saul. Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment, and that is to item 6, items passed by exception, that the staff recommendation, which reads that the recommendations in the following items be adopted. 8.1, Local Traffic Committee, minutes to March 2021. 9.3, T6-20-523, alterations and additions to educational establishment. 9.4, review of unmaintained council roads. 9.5, fixing country bridges grant. 9.6, proposed formalised cattle crossing at Kempsey Regional Sale Yards. 9.7, statement of cash and investments. 11.1, legal matters. 11.2, audit and risk committee, February 2021 meeting minutes and annual activity report. Councillor Saul, seconded Councillor Patterson, that the recommendations in the following items be adopted. 8.1, Local Traffic Committee minutes, 2nd of March 2021. 9.3, T6-20-523, alterations and additions to educational establishment. 9.4, review of unmaintained council roads. 9.5, fixing country bridges grant. 9.6, proposed formalised cattle crossing at Kempsey Regional Sale Yards. 9.7, statement of cash and investments. 11.1, legal matters. 11.2, audit and risk committee, February 2021 meeting minutes and annual activity report. Item 8.1, local traffic committee minutes, 2 March 2021. Item 9.4, review of unmaintained council roads. Item 9.6, proposed formalised cattle crossing at Kempsey Regional Sale Yards. Item 11.1, legal matters were withdrawn. Then the resolution we changed to being read 2021.3 resolved. Councillor Saul Second, Councillor Patterson, that the recommendations in the following items be adopted. 9.3, T6-20-523, alterations, additions to educational establishment. 9.5, fixing country bridges grant. 9.7, statement of cash and investments. 11.2, audit and risk committee February 2021 meeting minutes and annual activity report. With the note that the item was carried unanimously 7-0 with as it was in the original minutes. That's my amendment.
I don't know.
Are you able to email a copy of that?
Councillor, what's recorded in the minutes is what we've traditionally recorded, and that is the recommendation contained, which were the three that were moved by exception. I'm not clear on exactly what you're asking to be changed.
I'm asking for the minutes to record what I put in. Last time I said that the staff recommendation be included and that we're withdrawn. So that's what was put in there. This time I've read out the full amount, so that's what should be recorded as the amendment. If I get a second, if I don't, it will be recorded as a lapsed amendment.
Do I have a seconder? You were not at the meeting, Councillor.
You can second this.
Thank you.
As a question, can we have clarification what the point being made is, please?
Madam Mayor,
So sorry, Mr. Farragut.
In clarification, what Councillor Morris is asking is traditionally we have recorded the items passed by exception as it has been resolved by council after items have been removed. Councillor Morris is asking us to record that it was moved with all of the items recommended by the staff on the recommendation, and then to record that certain items have been removed by councillors and a different set of items is what has been resolved to be passed by exception in the minutes.
Madam Mayor, can we ask Manager Thorogood for his advice, please?
Yes, you can, and then I'll take Councillor Horble, but the movement has the right to speak to the motion.
Through Madam Mayor, our custom and practice is to do it the way we've actually got it recorded in the minutes at the moment. And it's up to the council whether they choose to change that.
Thank you. Question, Councillor.
No, Madam Mayor, I make a suggestion, a way forward to solve this problem, and that when you bring up the matters of exception, that you ask for any withdrawals before anyone moves or seconds it. That way you are.
Thank you, Councillor.
That's my suggestion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morris, do you wish to speak?
Madam Mayor, every other motion we record the staff recommendation, we record the original motion as it is moved, and if there are any changes, and withdrawing it is effectively changing or amending that motion. So I believe that we should be using the same practice for all matters that are moved, not just the items of business. And the consensus motion is obviously an item of business. I believe we should be using the same practice throughout the entire minutes.
Mayor, as mover of the motion, I believe that council is doing the recording
You're
of the
speaking
minutes.
against. You're speaking against because we have an amendment. So the amendment. So you can speak against. So that's what you're doing. We've had to speak before. You're allowed to speak against.
Yeah. We've been recording these minutes the same way for a very, very long time, and this was not brought up at all in our briefing session last night. And as a mover of this, I would like to adopt the existing minutes as they are.
Can I just ask a question of the General Manager? Does changing these minutes alter any of the decision of council apart from recording of the minutes of the direction of council?
Through me, no, it doesn't.
Thank you. Any more speakers for? I put the motion. Any dissent?
The amendment.
The amendment. Thank you, councillors. Any dissent on the amendment? The amendment's been lost. We move back to the motion.
Madam Mayor, I move a second amendment.
Thank you, councillor.
Madam Mayor, on item 9.1, Macleay Valley Coast Holiday Parks annual licences and master plans, to after the staff recommendation, add prior to 2021.30 resolved Councillor McGinn, Councillor Patterson, which is what's in the minutes, to change the wording and reverse the order of the mover and the seconder. and change that to read that we defer this for 1 month, which is what was actually, that we defer the matter to the next council meeting in April, which is what was recorded on the screen at the time that the vote was taken. Unfortunately, they would have had McGinn as a mover and Patterson as a second. And if you watch the tape, it was clearly the reverse of that. At the same time, the original motion that was moved, which I suggest should be, the wording is Councillor Patterson moved, Councillor McGinn second, that we defer this for 1 month. Councillor Morris attempted to move an alternative motion as an amendment. After advice from the General Manager, the Mayor ruled that the motion to defer was a procedural motion and that matter had to be dealt with prior to any other matter being considered. Councillor Morris questioned that the matter was a procedural motion as it was moved after the item was introduced and not prior to the item being considered at the meeting. The Mayor sought advice from the General Manager, who stated, "I would see it as a procedural motion. It is taking the item off the agenda until the next meeting and was prior to any debate being entered. I see it is simply a procedural motion." The Mayor ruled to go with the advice given. Councillor Baxter asked about debating the deferral motion. The Mayor stated the matter could not be discussed and was put to the vote. Resolved, Councillor Patterson McGinn, that Council defer the matter to the next council meeting in April, was carried 6-1, as is recorded in the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Hallborn, do you wish to speak to the motion?
It doesn't state anywhere in the minutes that it was a procedural motion. It was treated as a procedural motion. I believe it should be recorded as to what happened in the meeting, that it was considered as a procedural motion on the advice of the General Manager.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against? I put the amendment. Any dissent from the amendment? I'm going to abstain too because I can't. Me either. I haven't got enough information to know whether
My
this is
question,
right or not.
Madam Mayor, is would it change any decision of council?
We put it to the vote.
Yes.
So we have 2 abstain. What are you doing, Councillor Baxter?
Agreeing with you.
Okay. So the amendment's been lost. We go back to the original motion. Any more amendments, Councillor Baxter? No? Okay. I put the... Any dissent on the original motion?
I understand, Madam Mayor, I wasn't here.
Yes, I realise that.
But yet you were able to second the other motions on the minutes.
That's all.
That's all.
That's true.
It is different to what is normal. Okay, moving on. Any declarations of interest?
Madam Mayor, I wish to declare interest, please.
I have Councillor Saul and then I have Councillor Patterson.
Madam Mayor, on the 9.2 document, March 2021 flood event, I wish to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in that matter. The reason being I have a cafe in Smith Street, Kempsey.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 10.2, Spooners Avenue, I'd like to declare non-pecuniary, non-significant interest, as I do live on Spooners Avenue, but I live on the tarred section. Also, 9.4, the flood plan. I also have properties in Kempsey that are in the flood way, as well as 9.2, the flood event. I do also have properties that are affected by that flood event on 9.2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is no more? Thank you. We'll move on to item 6, items passed by exception. And I think we will ask before we move it if there is any withdrawals first up before then we ask questions. That way we won't have the same confusion. Everyone will be clear. So is there any withdrawals?
Could we withdraw?
I haven't got a light on. I'll ask Councillor Horble and then I'll ask Councillor Baxter.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to withdraw 9.5, 9.6, 9.7, 9.9. And I wish to ask questions on 11.1 and 11.2. I'll have to withdraw them because that's confidential. And I'd also like to speak on 10.1.
Well,
I'd like to speak on it, Madam Mayor, as part of the Code of Meeting Practice.
so that will need
10.1.
so that's going to come out.
Yes.
So the only ones with the 9, 8 and 9.
9.8 and 9.10.
Yes, the moment it's councillor back to council.
Did you withdraw 910?
I was going to withdraw 9.7.
So was I. 9.5 and 9.10 for me, Chair.
So 10's gone. They're all gone.
Well, let's make it a party. Take out 9.8 too. No, I've got a question on 9.8, and that is that given that 9.8 is changing a decision of council that was made in February, which is less than 3 months from when the decision was made, in accordance with clause 13.7, where in my reading of clause 13.7 of the Code of Meeting Practice, there really should be a rescission motion to change that decision. I know the General Manager has ruled and said that no, a rescission motion is not required. Does that mean that a rescission motion in future isn't required to change a resolution of council, or does that only occur? Does that only apply to staff reports?
You're talking about clause 13.7 in the Code of Meeting Practice. So that's nothing to do with this.
Sorry, 17.3. 17.3, not 13.7. The resolution passed by the council may not be altered or rescinded except by a motion without effect, to which notice has been given under clause 310, which is an absent motion of the effect to change or rescind.
May not be altered.
Isn't there a time limit on rescission?
You raised a good point there. There is a question as to whether or not a rescission motion is needed to change a decision where it's a subject of a staff report. And we often have staff reports which recommend a deviation in course from something that has previously been reported to council. If this was an item which carried with it some risk, then I would probably be a little bit more conservative and recommend that a rescission motion be taken even on the recommendation of the staff, such as we did, for instance, last year with the award, or the year before with the award of the election tender. Given that the item is a reasonably routine matter, we're deferring a meeting by another week, and that it's relatively low risk that anybody is going to object to that, or there's going to be any issues around it, particularly when the councillors are in the room and get to vote on it. I don't necessarily think a rescission motion is necessary. If it was, then we'd simply defer the matter for another month and reschedule the meeting next month.
The key aspect of the the key aspect of the rescission is that adequate notice is actually given. As this was actually published in the business paper, I believe adequate notice has actually been given for this.
Thank you, councillors. So there's no items to be passed by exception. Thank you, councillor.
I was to ask a question about 9.8. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I will deal with it when you come to it.
No, you don't need anything. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 7.1, which is the mayoral minute, which obviously I will be moving right now, and that's to the acknowledgement of the contribution by the General Manager and staff during the March 2021 MACLEAY Valley natural flood disaster. It's not very often, in fact, I don't think I've ever received correspondence the way that we received it in acknowledgement of our staff and the General Manager from our Leacon Darren Jamieson. Just so that the people that aren't aware of that or haven't had opportunity to look at business papers, this recommendation acknowledges the leadership and contribution of Kempsey Shire Council's General Manager Craig Milburn, the Local Emergency Manager Officer, which is the LEMO, Robert Fish, and the alternate LEMO, Dylan Reeves, and the support staff in the Emergency Operations Centre and Recovery Task Force during the March 2021 MACLEAY natural flood disaster. It also formally thanks the General Manager and staff for their outstanding commitment to the community in responding to the flood, in particular those field-based staff who work through the flood in difficult working conditions, providing an outstanding contribution to keeping the community safe and the critical infrastructure operating where impacts allowed. And it notes and places on the public record the correspondence received from the Local Emergency Operation Controller, our LEACOM, Detective Chief Inspector Mid-North Coast Police District, Darren Jamieson, in which he extends his personal thanks to the General Manager and staff for their dedication and service to the community. Detective Chief Inspector Darren Jamieson would like me to place it on public record, these correspondence that he sent to council, and I am going to read them. So the first one that was received was to me personally, and it was in relation to the General Manager. I just want to pass on my sincere thanks to all at council on the work done recently in the 2021 floods. Outside of the open letter to all staff, I have also emailed personal and individual messages of thanks to Robert Fish, the LEMO, and Dylan Reeves, the alternate LEMO, Fiona Newbury and Tara Gordon, regarding the value that they brought as a self-led, high-performing team to the Emergency Operations Centre and the Rapid Relief Coordination Team. However, self-led, high-performing teams have to have an exceptional leader themselves, and in your General Manager, Craig Milburn, the Shire has that person. On top of that, true leadership is done by good people, as good people go good. The professionalism, knowledge, counsel and commitment displayed by Craig to the emergency situation was flawless and very much appreciated by me in my role as LEACOM. He understood his duties without fuss, remaining focused and with great humility. The pressure he must have been under never showed, and he was a great comfort to those who looked to him for leadership. Craig brought a level of humanity with him to the team, focused on the community and wanting to ensure their safety and well-being. In life, we see people who are either in service for themselves or in service for others. A true leader is in service for others, and there is no doubt to me that Craig is someone who is in service to his team and his community. In my life's journey, I have had the great honour of meeting people who have enriched my life, and Craig and the rest of the team at the EOC are definitely some of these people. The community has much to be thankful for, but none more than to have Craig looking after them as General Manager. I would appreciate if you could place this message on the public record to your councillors in the chamber at your next council meeting and provide him a copy of this message for his personal records. Wishing you, council and the Shire all the best for the future. Darren Jamieson also sent a message around our staff, which reads, "Dear Craig, I would appreciate this letter being forwarded to all your council staff, and to me he said he would like it also placed on public record. I hope you are well. As the operational phase of the response of the flooding event starts to wind down, I want to write to you all to express my sincere thanks during this emergency. Although the face of council is represented in the EOC and the Relief Coordination Team, it is the team behind them at the coalface of the response, relief and recovery that have made a considerable difference to our community. Make no mistake that in the end, this event would have caused tens of millions of dollars damage to the community. With many areas knocked off their feet, we are all acutely aware that we dodged the proverbial bullet with the waters not breaching the levee. On a positive note, it is your considerable hard work that has helped guide our community quickly to their feet so that normality can be restored swiftly. In a team, we all play our part, whether it is fixing roads, cleaning public areas, supporting the EOC, providing administration coordination and support, or simply ensuring council continues to provide the services in the community. It all contributed to the success of our response and rehabilitation. There is no doubt in my mind that your individual and collective contributions to the safety and well-being of the community. It doesn't matter if you are standing in your communities and still help where you could, or fixing issues, or just supporting council business. You made a difference and contributed to the success of the operation, to this effort. You all should be proud of your efforts, even if you feel that they were just doing your job. Stand tall and know that your involvement is noticed and recognised, and the community shall be and will be thankful to you that you were there to help. I wish you all well in the ongoing recovery and that you remain safe and well. I would now like to place that all on public record and have support for the recommendation. Is there any dissent? Yes.
Madam Mayor, may I speak against the motion?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason I'm speaking against it is the precedent that will be set if we do this. I'm reluctant to say this, but well, I am going to say it. The staff have done an amazing job, but isn't that their job to do? It's very simple. They've stood up and they've done their very best. But there's been a system failure. And the system failure was Stuart's Point and what happened there with the effluent flooding out. And we shouldn't be patting ourselves on the back when that system failed. Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'll accept that point of order.
Madam Mayor, I'm making my point as a person who's allowed to speak, and even if people disagree with me.
You're speaking about a system, not about the people.
No, that's right, and that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you.
Madam
Just
Mayor.
so we're clear, Councillor.
So
you're... Go on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so the staff did an amazing job. They spent a lot of time, overtime. We had the people putting out the...
Councillor, can I just interrupt you? This recommendation was on the request of the Emergency Operation Controller. He requested this be placed on public. It wasn't about operations, it was about the people.
So, Madam Mayor, is it actually
I hadn't
out of
finished
order
speaking, Madam Mayor.
Is it out of order? My question is it out of order because is it about the operation, whereas this is actually about the people and the staff? So
that's correct. I'll let the councillor continue, but please stick to the recommendation.
Oh yeah, Madam Mayor.
It's not about the operation, it is about the people.
That's right. I agree.
So that is what you need to
and
be speaking to, councillor.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I don't wish to debate you, but I'm just trying to make my speech, and then you can speak against me if you may. Thank you.
Councillor, you need to speak on what the recommendation is.
And that's what I'm doing. So I'm
just not operations.
I'm putting it in context, Madam Mayor, that we are thanking people for doing their job, and yet a major system failure for the people.
Point of
our
order, councillor. That is now operational. This is about thanking people. It's not about operations and what failed. Thank you. Okay.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes, councillor.
Councillor Patterson is totally out of order, belittling me and putting me down.
I accept your councillor. I accept your point of order, councillor. Can you please apologise?
I apologise for
Thank
having
you.
a normal reaction
Thank
to
you.
someone who's being embarrassed.
Councillor, point of order. Yes, I agree. Can you just apologise, councillor?
For God's sake, apologise.
Thank you, councillor. Okay,
So, Madam
we're back
Mayor,
to this.
yeah, I'd like to finish.
No, councillor, you can finish as
Yeah,
long as you
please.
talk about the people and not the operation. Thank you.
Right. So thank you, Madam Mayor. And my final point is based on what Councillor Shields said. We shouldn't be thanking people for doing their jobs. when I moved a motion of thanks,
Point of order. I said, as councillors, we
Well,
should
I can't
grow
listen
up
to
and
this
get
rubbish,
on
and
with
when
it.
Councillor Shields, your point of order was, so I can understand it, to uphold it.
or dismiss
This is
it,
just
Madam
going
Mayor.
on. I didn't
Actually-
say anything about the staff. I said, as a group of councillors, we need to grow up and get on with this and stop this acting like children.
I accept your point of order, your point of order, councillor. Please, councillor Horville, will you continue?
Yes.
Otherwise, I'm going to adjourn this meeting.
Right,
So off you go.
Madam Mayor, I was referring to a vote was put to council in thanking you and Councillor McGinn for your work on the Australia Day Committee. I put that motion thanking you, and Councillor Shields said we shouldn't be thanking people. So I'm just raising that point up for doing their job. And that's what I'm saying here. People were doing their job and have been paid well to do their job. I would suggest that we should be doing this. But thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I just made my point, and if people want to vote the other way, we live in a democracy, that's fine.
Thank you, councillor. There was just one question. Councillor Baxter, Councillor McGinn, I'll just close debate on it if you would like.
Actually, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a point because I'm deeply offended by the comments that Councillor Horville has made. But putting that to one side, I can't imagine why anybody would not support this recommendation. Our personal circumstances was we were inundated in the flood. It was horrendous. It was catastrophic. I've personally spoken to a lot of the media about the situation that we've endured through this. Our story is not, I'm not alone. Many people have endured hardship because of this flood. Many people have had their homes inundated. What I would like to do is congratulate and thank those who have gone above and beyond their 9 to 5 work hours. People have given extraordinary time, courage, effort, given of themselves, donated meals, donated cash. I mean, people have been marvellous, and I would be very sad if we had a takeaway message from this about people, any negativity whatsoever. I think that the response from council, councillors, the community, the external agencies has gone above and beyond what you would normally expect. In fact, it's often said that in communities that disasters bring out the best in people, and I would say that that is once again demonstrated here after the enormous disasters that we've had in our community. I mean, we've just been through, golly gosh, bushfire, drought, COVID, now flooding. And if people can turn up to work every day and still get on and do their jobs, firstly, then be inspirational leaders, help others, give from themselves every last effort. I cannot imagine how anybody could utter a negative word, even if there have been some small failures in systems, because we're people and people don't always get everything right. But on the balance of it all, I just think that our community, our employees, everybody has responded so beautifully. And as someone who has suffered in this flood, I personally thank you all for your contribution, and I support this few kind words that somebody has put together, because they have also recognised that people have gone above and beyond their day-to-day job description. So I thank you all.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Councillor McGinn. You got a question?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment, and that is that we add a point 4, which encapsulates what Councillor McGinn just said, and that we acknowledge the community effort and resilience and support given to each other during the recent flood event, or something to that effect.
I'd be happy to accept that. I have an amendment to the other report, which virtually says that, but I'd be happy to, and I'll tell you what it is, so we could add it to this one instead. That council acknowledges and pays tribute to the Kempsey Shire community members who supported each other during the March 21 flood. That was my amendment to, I had more amendment to the other report. And that's fair enough.
That we add it to this.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So if we could add that to that, and I'll take it out of the amendment that I would plan to move to on the other one. I'm just going to close debate if there's no more light on. And one of the things that I would like to reiterate was I was asked to put this on public record by the person that was in charge of the disaster operation. Was I supposed to say, no, I'm not placing that on public record? And obviously anyone has the right to vote against what he has said. This recommendation is purely acknowledging the staff and formally thanking them in response to what we received from Detective Chief Inspector Damien Jamieson. But not only that, I witnessed firsthand what had taken place and the dedication of our staff. And sure, they were doing their job. But sometimes people go above and beyond. Sometimes people show qualities that in just doing their job, they need more than those skills. And that's what we saw. We also saw it when we were led through the COVID-19 and the organisation continuity plan. We also saw it in the bushfires. We have a young team here that we have put together over the last 3 years. And I can't see where anyone would wish that I had said no to somebody's correspondence and thanking of our staff and our general manager. Is there any dissent on the recommendation? Thank you, councillors. That's been passed.
Madam Mayor, that was unanimous.
I believe so.
Thank you. You persuaded me. Thank you.
Before we go on to the next item, which is item number 9.1, I'm going to ask the director to introduce his report, which is 9.1, the Macleay Valley Coast Holiday Parks Annual Licence and Master Plans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, as you're aware, this agenda item relates to the Macleay Valley Coast Holiday Parks, which were deferred from the March Council meeting. The report deals with three main items pertaining to the holiday parks, which are located in our 5 coastal villages. Firstly, the annual licences. Secondly, the proposed tourist accommodation development. And thirdly, the proposed future communal infrastructure development within the parks as well. Over the last 18 months, Council's been reviewing the holiday parks to determine how best that we can run them, and I guess particularly with a focus around how we improve the tourism accommodation offering across the 5 parks, and also increase the yield, so in relation to revenue generating opportunities as well. And during that time, there's been a number of briefings, site visits with the councillors and senior staff, as well as with the consultant Locale, who was engaged in a lot of work in relation to the parks. And what that has resulted in, which is this report, largely is that review of the annual licences for the 4 parks that have annual licences. So that's all the parks excluding Horseshoe Bay. As well as the concept development site plans, which are attached to this report for each of the parks. Those 2 issues need to be considered together because it's important for the parks to be designed in the long term, and so they meet industry standards and also customer expectations, so those tourists coming to the park. The report and the recommendation within the report has been based on a significant amount of works. There's been a large body of work that's been undertaken and a significant amount of community engagement. So Locale essentially did 3 important pieces of work. Firstly was the economic and social impact assessment, which was largely towards the annual site licence holders and what we need to consider in relation to their contribution from an economic and social perspective to those villages where they have their annual licences. They also did the engagement report, which, as you will note, this included substantial amount of surveys, drop-in sessions, face-to-face consultation. as well as engagement with local businesses. And then they develop the site concept plans. The consultation, as I said, was significant. We had over 2,000 surveys that were done, and so it was extensive and in accordance with our adopted community engagement strategy. In addition to that, staff undertook some financial analysis so that we could understand and determine what the potential financial benefits that some of the developments that were proposed within the holiday parks would deliver. And that's a really important consideration because obviously the revenue that's generated from those parks is able to be reinvested back into those parks themselves. But equally as importantly, it allows or it pays for important services that are delivered across the Crown reserves that are under Council's management. So, that pays for things such as lifeguards, maintenance of those Crown reserves, and capital improvements, and obviously would therefore be able to fund any additional infrastructure within the parks. The last thing I'd say, and we'll get to agenda 9.3, which is around the operating plan and the budget for next year, is it is also an important consideration given the council's financial position. We are running an operating deficit within the general fund, which is projected to continue. We have limited levers to pull in terms of addressing that. This is one way that council could consider in terms of generating other revenue, but we're aware that this is not just a straight financial decision. There's a whole lot of other aspects that need to be considered, and that's the process that we've been through in terms of forming the basis of this report and the recommendations. Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor.
I wish to move the recommendation as printed. Speak to it, Ms. May.
Yes, Councillor. So it's been moved by Councillor Saul, seconded by Councillor McGinn.
Madam Mayor, I request if we could move into workshop, please.
Speak to it first prior to workshop.
Yes, you can speak to it first, and then I'll take the vote on whether we move into workshop or not.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question, please? Could we ask questions before we go into workshop or after?
When we're in workshop,
Thank you.
We'll be fine.
Thank you.
Councillor Baxter?
No, I'm going to speak to it
okay,
first.
you're going in. Okay, Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your indulgence. The strategic focus for the upgrade and long-term development of the holiday parks is to increase the yield of holiday parks within the current footprint in order to provide sustainable tourism. The proposed developments within the MACLEAY Valley Coast holiday parks 10-year concept plans achieve this objective. Given Council's current and forecast operating deficit position, general fund deficit of approximately $3 million per annum, and its current financial sustainability challenges, proposed developments represent a significant opportunity to generate increased revenue. Increased revenue to fund future infrastructure upgrades and natural environmental improvements on the Crown land reserves managed by Council across the Shire that otherwise would be reliant on grant funding or would need to be funded from the general ratepayer revenue. Such an outcome would see other planned council projects delayed or deferred, given council's budgetary constraints. In addition, proposed developments also enable some of the existing costs relating to the maintenance of the Crown reserves across the Shire that are managed by council and currently funded from general ratepayer revenue to be funded by the holiday parks. The bottom line is that such strategies will assist in reducing council's operating expenses, leading to a reduction in the overall general fund operating deficit, and limiting the impact of our strategies that council would be forced to implement, such as a reduction in service levels and or a considerable rate rise. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Now I'm going to deal with whether we move into workshop or not. Do I have any I had a mover to move into workshop. Did I have a seconder? I did. Oh, that's why the hand was up. Okay. Do I have any dissent into moving into workshop? No. I don't. We're in workshop. All agreed. Okay. So I had a question from Councillor Horval, then Councillor Baxter.
Yes, Madam Mayor. My iPad's decided to have a little rest. I'm sorry. I have to scroll through to where I made the marks.
Okay, we'll take Councillor Baxter if you like while we were waiting.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. The trouble with the recommendation the long-term recommendation for the caravan parks is that it's not so much an improving of the parks as transforming it. Speaking to a councillor from Byron Bay recently, he said Byron Bay began to lose its soul some years ago. The influx of tourism from the expressway that went past there was not responded to by the council. The massive influx of tourists, the massive influx of people looking for accommodation was not responded to by the council. So people converted their homes to holiday homes. Traffic congestion beset the village. Insufficient parking. There was illegal camping. It all sounds very familiar. And he said to me that the Byron Bay Council did not have a long-term strategic plan and still doesn't have one. To their eternal credit, this council has been pushing long-term strategic plans, and I applaud them for that. But what I would argue as far as this 10-year concept plan for the caravan parks is, I would argue that we've got to start thinking seriously about this massive increase in tourism and population growth. There's a 2% increase in population per annum. We're looking at domestic tourism booming because of the COVID. We're looking at some serious problems at Crescent Head because of increased population growth and tourism. So I would argue that we should learn from the mistakes of Byron Bay, who have lost their soul, as it were, lost their character from what they were, and been just converted into this massive commercialised, horrible place to visit because of the overtaxing of everything down up there. I would ask that we learn from the mistakes of Byron Bay, that we look at expanding the capacity of the 5 caravan parks. The 5 caravan parks have not increased their capacity in the last 50 years. We haven't really responded to the economic demands out there. I think converting the proposal for the 5 cabins at Crescent Head, for instance, is to remove 6 or 8 campsites where caravans and tents are at the moment, and transform it to 5 caravan parks. Lose
Cabins.
5 cabins. So we're going to lose 8 places and put in 5. Okay, we're going to make more money. We're going to make more money from the cabins. We're going to go up market. But, you know, as far as addressing the population pressure and the demand for capacity, increased capacity, I think we should be looking, as far as a 10-year concept plan, we should be looking at expanding the footprints. We should be looking at using some of the Crown land, I mean the hectares of Crown land down there at Crescent Head, unused Crown land surrounding Crescent Head.
Remember, councillor, even in workshop, you still only have 5 minutes.
Of course, absolutely. I'm glad we've got that rule.
Thank you, councillor.
Considering we're debating changing the architecture of Crescent Head for, permanently. We shouldn't waste too many minutes on it in 2021. We should, for a decision on changing the architecture that will affect it for the next 30 or 40 years, we should never speak more than 5 minutes. I agree with you there. And secondly, I'd like us all to think about the word yield. When the state government passed its edict that we, the councils of New South Wales, should look at increasing the yield on Crown land, I don't think we should just limit ourselves to making more money from Crown land. I think a yield on Crown land, the people's land, not the state government's land, the people's land, should be, well, do the people get more access to Crown land? Can the people go and camp on the Crown land? Can the people go and park on the Crown land? The yield on Crown land, I think, is to say let's just get more money out of it is a very narrow interpretation. And I think, for us to seriously think about a long-term plan for all the caravan parks, to increase the capacity for all the caravan parks and answer this tidal wave of people that are coming up on holidays. The economic department of the council have pointed us towards benefiting from the tourist boom. Well, surely increasing capacity would be benefiting from the tourist boom, not just transforming the caravan parks from a working class paradise into an upmarket paradise like Byron Bay has gone. I think, Crescent Head, the soul of Crescent Head is that it's a working class paradise. Living there for 23 years now, I can tell you.
Councillor, can I just bring you back to the point that this is not just about Crescent Head? You're talking about all the caravan parks.
I think I just said all 5 caravan parks should increase their capacity.
So.
And I was just highlighting the fact that a place like Crescent Head is going the same way as Byron Bay if we let it, if we let market forces let it, if we don't manage it like Byron Bay did not manage the economic forces that have taken away its soul.
I think we get that point.
Well, thank you. So I'm arguing that an amendment be added to the point 5 that the long-term strategic concept plans for the caravan parks include a business plan for increasing the capacity of all the parks by expanding into potential areas of Crown land. I think that's addressing the yield. I think that's.
Thank you. But we're in workshop, so we'll just capture that a little bit. And we can continue to talk about it. But Councillor Baxter, I think you've made your point, and you need to understand that I now have Councillor Horval, Councillor Patterson, Councillor McGinn. I'll take them in that order. Sorry. And Councillor, thank you, Councillor Shields. She said she will speak at the bottom of the list. She's quite happy to be patient and wait.
Speak twice if you want to see.
I can't see your light, Councillor. Too many on. Okay, and we'll take Councillor Shields. I imagine that I can't see. Councillor. Okay. So we'll now take Councillor Horval.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The extensive report, it's just amazing the amount of detail that's been put up. First of all, I'd just like to clear up that Councillor Baxter mentioned Byron Bay, and the fact, and Councillor Patterson remarked last night that the caravan parks were taken off Byron Shire Council. The managers or anyone here know why they were taken off Council's control.
Through Madam Mayor, I don't have specific details in relation to Byron. I do know when I was at Port, the consideration was in relation to how they were or weren't being managed. So it is something that the Crown Lands have looked at up and down the coast. As if they're not being effectively managed, they do take them back.
So if we don't financially manage them and put the money back into the caravan parks or the Crown Lands, if we put money out of our caravan parks into the general fund, the Crown Land people would take the caravan parks off us.
No, that's not correct.
No.
What's required and the requirement for any council who's running a Crown or holiday park on the Crown Reserve is that they continue to develop those businesses as effectively and efficiently as possible to maximise returns. That's what the Crown is looking for. But there is a percentage of that profit goes back to the Crown straight away. But the other profits that come to council are able to be spent on Crown reserves that we actually have control of. So for an example, you look at the caravan park, the holiday park at Horseshoe Bay. It's a relatively small park, but the profits of that we can actually use to enhance the rest of that green space, the children's playground, the footpaths, all those sorts of things. So it goes into the reserves. That's where it benefits the ratepayers, because the ratepayers are actually having that subsidised through the profits of the holiday parks. That's what they actually, the Crown, want to see that occurring.
Right. I'm surprised at that, Mr. General Manager. I didn't realise that we contributed back to the state government from our income from the caravan parks. Is that a percentage that we have to pay?
Sorry, I was just reading Tony Kelly's, when he was actually the minister, his reasons for Byron's being taken off, and it was because of poor management.
Right,
That's
okay.
actually, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Toger's a shame.
We've got to get our management right, is what we've basically got to do here.
Absolutely. And that's what these this report, I guess, does. It looks at those 5 parks individually and collectively. It looks at them over the short, medium, and long term about how to develop that. They are all very different, and they've been looked at individually. They each have their own challenges. They have opportunities and have limitations. Some potentially could expand, as Councillor Baxter have, but others have real limitations on the potential to expand. Not so much about the parks, but the impacts that they might have on a relatively small community. If you start trying to put more people in there, it can actually create other issues you don't want to impact on that. And I guess that's why for each of these that they're looked at in when we've been looking at this, we've been looking at our local strategic planning statements, which Council adopted late last year, which actually helps us place these in that longer term character and overarching planning view that we've actually developed with the community. So they've taken that longer term planning view as well.
Okay, thank you. So I also asked a supplementary question, and Councillor Director Mitchell was going to tell me how much we pay the state government out of our profits.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's 5%.
5%.
Yep.
Whatever on the profit, if we're at a loss.
Yeah, on the turnover.
On the turnover, right? Thank you. Also,
Councillor Horville, could I just answer Councillor Horville's question about Byron Bay? I've been told.
To wait, Councillor, I have other people.
Okay, so my next question, Madam Mayor, and our caravan parks are all managed by a company that is owned by NRMA caravan parks, I presume, across Australia. Did we get any input from them on our plans?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, absolutely.
All right, so and they obviously support what we're doing?
Yeah, they concur, and particularly in relation to the tourism accommodation development that's part of it. Oh, and also, sorry, in the communal infrastructure. The reason we engage them is because they are experts in running holiday parks, and so their input was obviously really valuable in terms of us coming up with what we think is the best concept plans.
Right, thank you. On page 22, I think it is. My question, and it's a very serious question, and it appears that there's been an attempt of fraud on our system of engaging with the community. At the top of the page, it says, for Crescent Head Holiday Park, it is noted that within the engagement report, 130 responses, or 40% of the total, were received from the same internet protocol address, which has skewed results heavily in some areas and appears to have been undertaken by a single individual. My question is Council trying to tighten up how our information comes in from surveys? And is there a check to make sure this doesn't happen again? Because I'm just surprised that that information, which was collected, has been forwarded to the consulting company.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and Mr. Mitchell may want to add to this. I think what the report and the engagement report in particular that actually highlights this shows is that this attempt at fraud by some individual was actually picked up, and our systems were strong enough to actually pick that up. So the information has been provided, particularly in the engagement report. It shows you with those numbers in it and without those numbers in it. And what's contained in the actual council report is without those numbers, but we have highlighted that there was some person or persons that used a single IP address who were clearly opposed to what was being put up, trying to express their opinion and trying to slant the information that was actually provided. But our system was strong enough to actually pick that up.
That's excellent. But what I'm thinking is, as Mr. Haler agreed with last night in his address, why was it even put in? Why were those 130 responders even considered? Why couldn't they just been excluded and just gone with the report from the genuine replies?
We are being open and transparent about it. We need to actually show that, you know, there were X number of responses to it, but we wanted to make sure that council and the community were aware that, you know, there was attempts to actually defraud this.
And is there any further action being taken on that of trying to find the person or individual, Mr. General Manager?
We're not taking action in terms of tracking it down. That's a very difficult and potentially time-consuming matter. The important thing here is that we actually included it and the council is aware of it, and the data has also been presented that excludes it, so you can make a very informed and accurate decision.
If I can just add to that, through you, Madam Mayor, I'll confirm this. My understanding it was done. The actual survey was done through the consultant, not through our MACLEAY platform. But I will double check that. And so, yeah, that, depending on what survey mechanism they use, that may have contributed to that. But I think, as the General Manager's alluded to, we've adjusted for those additional 130 survey responses in any event.
Thank you very much.
I need to go, Councillor. Can you just
to clarify one other thing.
just wait your turn, please, Councillor? I need to now take Councillor Patterson. You will get another turn. Keep your question. Okay, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I definitely support Councillor Baxter in his saying it's a shame that we can't have a say or a control or a design over all the shire that we manage, i.e. Crown lands that we don't have any say over, national parks, etc. We have to unfortunately deal with what we have got a say over, which makes Crescent Head a bit more of an issue for us because we have to have a pocket that we're trying to design. I would moving forward, you know, just in conversation here, you know, probably like to not lock in cabins at the foreshores at Crescent Head and South West Rocks, just because I think that we are sending a little bit of a wrong message, in my belief, to our community that, you know, you'll come and enjoy our foreshore at Crescent Head if you've got what, $3,000 a week, $4,000 a week to stay in the cabin. I don't really believe in us running on that attitude with that. I do believe that we can better the return at Crescent Head by putting a few more cabins in at different locations and possibly even South West Rocks. So that's just my comment on those couple of things that it's, you know, as a council, I really think we need to look at more caravan parks because of the increased tourism that we're getting. You know, we're opening up, say, just for instance, conversation, we're opening up Plumbers Lane. You know, there's so much, there's some beautiful beaches out there on Plumbers, and that would take the heat off Crescent Head itself. Look at other options within our Crown lands. You know, I would like for us to get together and have a positive influence on. I'm just speaking on Crescent Head again for a sec, on the whole of the foreshore, and that encapsulates the caravan park, the parking, the surf club area, and actually the golf club area, which is managed by the club out there. I mean, I do believe that would be a proper direction to design that rather than a single entity. We definitely need to be having plans going forward, as was alluded about Byron Bay and brought up about Port Macquarie, about having future development plans for our caravan parks. I do believe that we shouldn't put too much stuff in concrete. We should go, we go in that direction, but that final outcome may not be exactly what you're seeing on paper right now, but the final outcome would be a positive for our ratepayers our community and for our visitors. It's interesting, I only found out recently about all the extra Crown land that we have in our Shire, which is only just like parks and part of parcels of land that we must maintain as a ratepayer, but being subsidised by the return of caravan parks is obviously a good lever for our council to work with. Speaking about Hathead, the caravan park out there, I mean, this is out of the book, you know, that we had the independent group look at, giving us a response back. We'll talk about Hathead, largest park within the group, with a very high satisfaction score. I was told it's in the top %, and increasing revenue on occupancy, powered sites, and which is now more than above double the annuals return. Moderate proportion of annual sites given scale of the holiday park. Also a high degree of social interaction and benefit from annual sites with significant interactions through various clubs, organisations and social activities. So steering towards Hathead at the moment, I would like to see that the annuals be put in that westerly area that we've spoken about. It's in the report, but I would like to see the last part of this transition not be to remove all sites and focus on tourist sites, all annual sites, to remove all annual sites. I think that's not a good direction for us as an Australian, as someone who's grown up going to caravan parks and enjoying lots of parks all around the country. I mean, the annuals, whether they might. I had a comment earlier on that you know, that's a select group that get to stay in an annual cabin. Well, it defines in here that Hathead is separate because of accommodation, and that a lot of people who stay in the annuals have ties to the surf club, to the bowling club, to the local community, and actually have a really positive interaction with the community. So, you know, talking about Hathead, I would like to see that part of the recommendation removed, to say that, you know, the cabins would be consolidated to the westerly part, the annuals, and then we'd have no more annuals allowed on the site, and have them down to the number which is specified in there of on the medium term, not the long term, on the medium term. So I can't say too much about Grassy Heads and Stewart's Point caravan parks because I haven't actually stayed in any of those, but the feedback that we've got so far is that the council's on the right direction, and I do think that it's been a benefit for us to go into workshop and talk about these issues. Thank you,
Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
With respect, we have Director Mitchell comment on the Councillor Patterson's comments.
Yes, actually, about a Hathead. Is that what you're talking?
A Hathead specifically?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, so I guess I just sort of make 2 points. I guess in relation to the annuals, we very much acknowledged the information that was captured as part of the social and economic impact analysis for Hathead, because it was, and as the report clearly articulates, was different to the other 4 parks, and what's proposed as part of the future plans sort of reflects that. So there is that initial consolidation into that one area, as Councillor Patterson quite rightly pointed out, which would only result in the removal of 7 annual sites initially, but with a view over time, and that's why it was in that sort of longer term view over time to then progressively reduce those. We would obviously continue in the same way, and it's the same comment through a lot of the items that we've included in the report that have a longer term horizon, would obviously continue to look at those particular items as those events get closer. So obviously we'd have a greater certainty. Anything we put in there as a short-term focus, we would obviously be looking to actually act on. Things that are medium and particularly longer term, we'd obviously be taking into account information at that time, and would be another assessment prior to actually pulling the trigger effectively, whether it's a development or in that case the continued reduction in the annual sites. I think what we would see, and what the reason we've articulated that in the paper is because we do think that across all the parks the right strategy over the longer term, as demand continues to grow, and in keeping with the principles of the Crown Lands Management Act in terms of that access for all, that we would be recommending over the longer term to get to that, the progressive removal.
If annuals were brought up in their accommodation expense, were brought up to close to, if not matching, powered sites, would that be something that council would look at in the future?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it'd be one factor. Obviously, as the report articulates, there's a massive disparity between those at the moment across all 5 parks, and that's why the fees and charges, which you'll contemplate at agenda item 9.3, part of that does have an increase in those fees in relation to annuals to try and bridge that gap. But that's just one consideration as part of that, because there'll be other considerations around the access for all residents.
I'll just add to that as well. It's Crown Lands, from a state perspective, they would like to see all annual licences removed from parks across the state, and there's a fundamental equity issue that they actually do that for, and that is that these annual licence holders hold an exclusive use over a particular site that could be used for other residents of our locality or other residents in New South Wales, and they have an exclusive use, and it's actually often quite a cheap use. So it's a fundamental equity issue for the state government that should be available to more people. That's why they're actually trying to move that way. But you also with Hat Head on the long-term plan, annual sites are still there as well.
Is it true that annual site cannot then rent out to another person, or another family, sublet, to cover expenses? Is it true that state government in their Crown Lands have a restriction that they cannot be done?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, there's a whole lot of restrictions around what they can and can't do. Obviously, at the moment, they are limited to 150 nights per year anyway. And my understanding, I have to probably just double check in terms of the licenses, but I don't believe that permits them to sublet those. Regardless, that's still an exclusive right for them in terms of who they're subletting it to, and they're still capped to that maximum number of nights, which means that, at the moment for 215 nights a year, we've got a recommendation to increase that to 180, but at the moment there's 215 nights a year minimum where those sites are unused and unavailable for any other resident of New South Wales or indeed Australia.
The other thing to remember, these are annual licences. So technically they are literally only guaranteed for 12 months. What's happened historically, not just here but everywhere, is people see these as theirs. It's an ownership thing that's actually occurred, where in fact they're actually simply an annual licence to actually have that, and that's it. So it could actually be finished at the end of 12 months. What we talked about here is that we are actually trying to work with both the overall caravan parks, but the annuals to actually consolidate those and reduce the numbers in the different parks in different ways.
Can I just ask a question? The annuals, that doesn't preclude them from booking any of the parks at any time to visit these parks if they do not become annual holders anymore.
That's
they can
correct.
still visit the parks.
That's correct, and that's the basis that the state government's on about, is that they should be, they're on Crown land, there should be equitable access. So a small group shouldn't have this exclusive use of an annual licence. That's their fundamental belief. So therefore, anyone that's got an annual licence, if that annual licence was taken from them, they can go to any of these holiday parks the same as everyone else, which is equity of access.
Could I ask a question about annuals too, Madam Mayor?
Yes, certainly. But you've got to wait till after Councillor Baxter has asked his question, because Councillor Patterson has spoken, and now it's Councillor Shields wanted to go last. Yes.
Okay, it's my turn. I just have 2 questions, if I might, Madam Mayor. The first one is, because of what Councillor Baxter said about potentially having an amendment here about looking at the caravan parks, increasing their capacity, that is, into encroaching other Crown lands. I just want a confirmation as I read it that this strategy confirms a confirmation that the footprint of all the current holiday parks, according to these strategies, remains the same for these strategic plans for the foreseeable future. So there are within our strategy, no plans to increase the footprint. I'm concerned about the misinformation, particularly about the Crescent Head foreshore car park. So just seeking that confirmation, please.
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, all the plans currently, as in this report, are within the current
footprints
of the parks.
Another question, if I might, regarding. I guess I'm asking this question because of the concern by the community about the strategy to put cabins on the foreshore at Crescent Head and also at Southwest Rocks. So I'm asking, would the process moving forward be that at the even if we adopt the strategy as it is now, but when we come to actually that time in the future, which could be 6-8 years ahead, at that time that the cabins would likely to be implemented, that strategy, that part of the strategy would be subject to individual business plans, and at that time, and only subject that business plan would come back to council, and that prevailing council would then have to make the decision on the implementation, because obviously there's capital to be spent at that time. So I'm seeking assurance that something that, even though it's a strategic plan now, isn't necessarily locked in word for word into the future, and that in fact business plans will come back to council at that future time. Do you understand the question?
Yeah, I think so. Through Madam Mayor, the report makes it quite clear that in relation to potential future cabins at Crescent Head and Horseshoe Bay, a business case needs to be done before those. They would then need to be considered by council in its annual operating plan and considered, whether it would proceed. If there is some concern about that, there is no reason or nothing stopping council from putting in an additional recommendation along those lines. It actually makes it very clear that, once those business cases are completed at some stage in the future, that report comes back to council specifically, and you could actually add that as an additional recommendation.
So I have actually formulated some words along that line. Would councillors like to hear that now, or shall I hold my fire on that one as a potential amendment, as an additional point?
Do it now, Madam Mayor, so we can debate with it.
Thank you.
I know there's others to speak, but I've got some words to the gist of
well, this is your turn to speak, so if you would like to do that now, it might.
So I would suggest that the recommendation remain with the 4 points as printed, but that a 5th point be added. And I've got a copy for Daniel, so I'll give it to you so you don't have to type it. That a future report or reports be provided to council upon the completion of the business cases addressing the development of additional cabins at the northern interface of the Crescent Head Holiday Park and the public domain foreshore, and the northern interface of the Horseshoe Bay Holiday Park and Point Bryna public open space as identified in the MACLEAY Valley holiday plan concept plans, prior to any decisions being made in relation to their possible future development. And then, just as a footnote also, it is noted that both proposals, should they proceed, will be within the existing holiday park boundaries. So that's to my former point.
Here.
Okay,
I think that just provides some clarification, because I do believe there is some concern out there. So I think that helps to.
The actual concept plans have all these at somewhere, I think, between about 5 and 8 years out. So they're already in the concept plans, that they're there, and certainly the market forces would dictate that. What that means, it doesn't matter whether it happens in 5 years' time or 10 years' time. That report has to come back to council,
or even next year.
Won't be happening next year.
I'll take Councillor Shields. We haven't heard from Councillor Morris. You haven't had your light on, so I'll take you after Councillor Shields. Councillor Baxter, then we'll come back to you, if that's okay. Councillor Shields.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Question first before I start to speak. If we were to adopt this recommendation, or it was moved, and it includes all of the cabins, does that then go into our long-term financial plan, the assumption of that revenue?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we would look to include that. I guess given the timing of some of these, what's proposed, particularly around the cabins on the headland at Horseshoe Bay and oceanfront at Crescent Head, they'd be sort of longer term in the very, very outer years of the long-term financial plan in any respect. But yeah, what we would look to do is, whether it's in time for the one for that would come back to council in June in terms of the updated long-term financial plan to come back for adoption, we would look to accommodate in that or in the following years.
So in terms of timing, the plans are saying 4 to 6 years for the cabins, so in the medium term. So that's correct?
Yeah. So because none of this has been adopted as yet, they haven't sort of been factored into any of our financial forecasts. But upon adoption, then we would do that. And there's also another consideration around, obviously, there's a fair bit of communal infrastructure that's recommended as part of the concept plans as well. And so part of our challenge is around then managing the reserves that are available from the holiday parks to fund that capital program and the timing around that. So that'll all get sort of part of that body of work.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, I'm happy to endorse number 5 as part of the motion.
We need to go back into, just so you know that.
Just a heads up.
And we haven't had all the speakers yet. Well, we haven't finished in workshop yet. So,
wording's wrong with mine.
Councillor
Okay.
Shields, continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
When we move back into open council, I'd be intending on moving an amendment of supporting the alternative plans for Horseshoe Bay and for Crescent Head. I feel like the alternative plans strike a balance between maximising the caravan park revenue versus retaining the amenity of the foreshore reserves. And also, if we look at the correspondence with the community, it says the engagement report highlights that there were very strong disagreement to having coastal design cabins in the headland precinct. The view was generally shared by local respondents with a slightly more agreeable, though still low average score. So the scores were, we have 1.83 and 1.99. So it was clear that of those that were surveyed, they were not in agreement with having those foreshore caravan park cabins. My concern is that, okay, there's the argument, okay, it's just a master plan in 4 to 6 years' time or up to 10 years' time. Who knows what will happen? We'll get a business case back and we can change it in the future, or a future council can change it. During my time with council, that tends not to happen. Once something is adopted, it tends to be very difficult to be overturned in the future. It's then incorporated into the long-term financial plan. The issue with that then is a future council, there will be a lot of pressure on them to find that money elsewhere. So if you want to take away foreshore cabins in the future, council will be saying, well, where are you going to find the money to actually plug that gap in our long-term financial plan? So I prefer a more realistic long-term financial plan. We adopt the alternative plan at the moment. Obviously, that may or may not change in the future. I do feel, obviously, once we get a business case, I think that's a good idea, but obviously it's going to be favourable for a financial return of cabins versus caravan park sites. So, of course, it's always going to look favourable. So I would prefer us to adopt the alternative plan at the moment, and then, yes, that may change in the future, but then a future council is not put under undue pressure.
Councillor Morris?
Madam Mayor, just a couple of questions. I agree fairly strongly with what Councillor Shields said. And I just read from page 53 of the Future Parks Engagement Report, where it says Crescent Head Holiday Park Recommendation 7, retain the oceanfront precinct as a low-key camping and caravan area whilst considering options to improve the physical and visual relationship between the holiday park and adjoining public domain, pending outcomes and integration of the broader public domain master plan project. Consideration of any cabins to be confirmed by the internal review process. So it highlights there that there might be some consideration for cabins, but it says that we should be keeping it open as part of the recommendation. I myself was quite blindsided by when I saw the concept plan, because the last I knew of, when we were down in Crescent Head looking at the caravan park after the new cabins were put in, we were told there'd be a camp kitchen generated in the oceanfront precinct, and it would be left for camping. So it would be nice and open and free vision out to the ocean. What we're recommending as the preferred is totally contrary to that. And I honestly believe that a lot of the community would probably have a similar feeling that they weren't aware of that as being a potential happening, even though it was in one of the questionnaires. I think we would get a completely different result from the questionnaire if they were asked if they wanted cabins there rather than the original questions. I've also got a couple of concerns with the strategy for the annuals, in as much as I agree they need to have a 12-monthly inspection, but because it's been so long that they have not been inspected, I think for some people 3 months to rectify any deficiencies might be a bit short, and I believe we should be open to negotiation to extend that to a more reasonable time, as long as they demonstrate that there is a pathway to achieve that within, say, 6 months. Some of these caravans are going to need considerable work to upgrade them to the standards that will be required. And as a result, quite a few people may just leave. But I think 3 months for some of those facilities might be too short a time frame to expect somebody to be able to rectify the issues. But clearly, I'd also question whether the clamping or the safari tents is a good idea. On the creek side at Crescent Head, I would like to think that we could possibly generate even more open space there for the community to enjoy. It is an area near where the bridge is. The area where the park is quite small at the moment, so it would be good to be able to generate more open space. There have also been discussions about Muddy Arm and whether that could be incorporated into an income-generating area for the Crescent Head Caravan Park. And I think we need to have a bit of a more holistic review of that the potential of that location as well for additional revenue raising. Another one that sort of springs out quite strongly is the annual income for the unpowered sites at Hat Head. It's marginally more than what the annuals now pay, but is less than what it's proposed to increase their fees to, and yet over 50% of the sites at Hat Head are unpowered. There's no mention in any of the reports that I've read to look at enlarging or increasing the number of powered sites, and there could be considerable ability to increase the number of power sites, particularly along the creek front, and therefore increase the revenue considerably in that park. So I think we need to look at more potential avenues for upgrades. And I know, I understand the comments with annuals, but could we consider investigating whether natural attrition would bring the numbers down at an acceptable pace if appropriate restrictions were placed on selling or transferring the annual licences to other people. I believe that there is potential in a lot of the parks to actually increase the revenue by increasing the number of powered sites and changing some of the configurations and increasing some of the sites that are available. On that basis, I can't support what we've got at the moment. I may be able to support the alternatives, but even the alternative in Crescent Head, I think, has got a few problems with it.
Question to Councillor Morris. Have you any suggestion on addressing that concern?
Which concern? There were several concerns I raised.
No, the last one where you said you could possibly support the other two.
I think that we need to look at providing more open space near the toilet block and the bridge at Crescent Head particularly. I think there's tremendous potential to provide more capacity for visitors to use that area in a much more social, engaging manner.
So how do you, if you've got any wording or anything that you want to put that in?
At this stage, no, but I think we need to have a holistic review, particularly of the Crescent Head area, including assessing the value of additional open social space for social interaction of the community or by the community.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. I'll have Councillor Baxter's question, and
Yeah, I have a question.
and then I'll take Councillor McGinn. Before we do, I just want to ask the general manager or director, whichever one he chooses, around their view of the alternative
It's 3 minutes.
suggestion and how that would relate if we
What
took
you're
both.
asking is Councillor Shields' suggestion of taking the alternate plans.
Yes.
That's in the report as an option for the council to consider, and it's entirely within council's prerogative to actually do that.
Which was why it was put there, I imagine. I'm going to take. Had you finished, Councillor
I've
Baxter?
just got I've got one very quick question.
Yes,
That's
and
permissible.
then I'll go back.
And that's to the General Manager. Has the Kempsey Shire Council Crown Land Plan of Management been placed on public exhibition at this stage? Or is it still being reviewed for the changes and comment from Depot?
Still being developed at the moment and waiting for the state government feedback.
Councillor Baxter, you.
Very kind of you, Chair. Thank you. I thoroughly agree with Councillors Patterson, Shields, and Morris, and especially Councillor Shields' idea of not setting the cabins in concrete, even though it is a concept plan. She's quite right. Once the step has been made, it can. So, could I ask Mr. Thorogood, with that point 6 there, just to add to it, second sentence, not transform the parks ratios of low-cost camping caravan sites to expensive cabins. So the point I was trying to make before, which I might not have highlighted the important point, in the Crescent Head Master Plan and other documents, I think Councillor Morris just alluded to it, it was made crystal clear after years of consultation with the people of Crescent Head, it was made crystal clear that they do not want changes made to the caravan park in the sense that replace 8 camping sites with 5 expensive cabins, etc., on the foreshore. So as far as the people that live at Crescent Head, they've made it crystal clear through those master plans and reports what the people would like done with their crown land, the people's crown land. I just repeat my point about the character of Crescent Head. You know, it's all very well to look at the ledger and look at the bottom line, but what is seen is a transformation of the character, the soul of Crescent Head. If it is going to go up market, you're going to get these 5 expensive cabins right there. It's changing the workers' paradise. It's changing the what is attractive about Crescent Head. And as I said before, it's seriously going down the road of Byron Bay. I would also remind councillors that on page 23, excluding the fraudulent points that Councillor Horville made, on page 23, it's crystal clear there that when the community of Crescent Head was surveyed on this, 600 responses were given on page 29. It was a split decision. There's certainly no definite decision or yes, let's do it. So I would agree with Councillor Shields. I think we should hesitate to include the 5 cabins and the cabins at Southwest Rocks. Put it in this forward business plan to come back 10 years from now and include as I've said in point 6 there, include looking outside of the restrictive Rubik's Cube that we're looking at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, I've got a question, if I may.
I'm
sorry.
I had to take Councillor Hawthorne and then I had to take Councillor Saul. So then we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to talk about
Oh,
the annuals.
Dean was first.
wait. Okay, so we'll go back around and we'll go Councillor Hawthorne, Councillor Saul, Councillor McGinn, Councillor
Madam Mayor, I move the procedural motion to adjourn for morning tea, being 10:34.
Actually, I will accept that procedural motion. I was looking at the clock and I was thinking, oh, we'll probably get to 11 o'clock. So thank you. Yes, we will adjourn.
Bruce, I sent you an email with my alternate amendment, which put in what you were saying.
We just need to wait till we go live.
So
We're
Liz,
live now. So when we're still in workshop. So at the moment we have quite a number of suggestions that we've captured.
can I?
I was up to Councillor Horval was going to speak.
Question, yeah.
I'll ask a question, but before you ask the question, I think I need to let. Oh, I asked Councillor Baxter. You did ask your question. No, we were going to that.
Councillor Hall, Bill.
It was Councillor Horval.
Thank you. It's concerning the annuals and the new fees that are on page 15 and 16. Following on from what Councillor Morris said about natural attrition, these fees are going to obviously encourage them to move out, and that new requirements and the new inspections. I'm just looking at the removal fee of $5,000. My question would be, people in the annual licence category will have to pay a $5,000 one-off fee now for removal of their cabin if they decide to leave. Is that the basic idea?
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, Councillor Horval, that's if they were just to leave and not take their van or structure with them. So all vans or all annual licence site holders, those fixtures should be movable. They're not supposed to be totally fixed structures.
Yep.
So in reality, they should be able to just take them away easily. What this is actually saying, though, is if people relinquish their annual licence and don't do that, then there's a cost for council to actually remove and dispose of those vans, because if they're not going to take it, they're generally not going to be in condition which is either saleable or usable to council. And so this fee is to discourage them from leaving the vans there, and then council having to go to the effort of removing and the cost associated with that. So
at the end of that, if they decide to leave and take their whole cabin,
there's
will
no
they
fee.
get $5,000 back?
No, they just wouldn't get charged the fee.
Oh, but they've got to pay that already, haven't they?
No,
Oh,
that's if they leave,
okay.
relinquish their annual licence and don't take their van.
Okay, so it's not an upfront charge. So that's why I read.
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay, thank you. So, with these extra fees and charges, has there been any modelling done on natural attrition if we just don't do limiting of annuals or expelling of annuals? What's a natural attrition if we don't renew any?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's very difficult to do any modelling on that because we haven't actually increased the fees and that. So really, this is the first attempt to do it. So there's no basis to say, you know, X number of people in different holiday parks are likely to actually hand back their annual licence or ask us not to renew them. And I think there's the way this is, I guess, that the reports have and the research has actually been done and the analysis has been done is that, again, it goes back to the state government basis. It's around equity. Annual licences are a privilege that people have had. They are only for 12 months. And there is the need for us to actually maximise the revenue from those sites, i.e. put up, if you're saying there is an annual, we'll continue to put the fees up so that they're actually starting to get some sort of commensurate income from them, or you can actually hand those back and use them as any other resident in the state does.
So by increasing the fees, and that's what in the fees and charges, which we've got as about to go on display, have they been increased enough to encourage people to think, well, wait, maybe I should leave?
We believe some people will choose to relinquish their annual licences, that they won't continue to pay that. Some may choose that. Some will be more than happy to keep paying that. Again, we just won't know those numbers until those fees are adopted and then those invoices are sent out.
So the reason I'm asking is that I'm contemplating moving an amendment that we leave it to natural attrition and see what happens with the increase in fees and whether that encourages people to surrender their annual licence.
The natural attrition ends up being very ad hoc. What the plans do, they've actually got a systematic way of actually looking at which areas need to be removed, because some of them actually allow for more public, I think there's like amenities and camp kitchens and things like that are in those designs where some of those angles are, and allows us to consolidate it. If you do it purely by natural attrition, that's going to be really ad hoc, and you won't be able to actually manage that process at all, and it may delay other services going in for the broader parks and the community to use.
But we can ask them to move on the site, can't we?
Yes,
if
we
we need
can.
to do something, we can ask them to move to a new site.
It can, and that's part of the policy.
Yes,
Some of
it is.
those will actually do that. It's just at what pace that will happen to allow us to actually get on with the other public domain or the public areas, like the camp kitchens and the amenities and things like that. If that natural attrition doesn't occur quickly enough, then you're holding up all those works as well.
Well, okay, so maybe natural attrition for maybe 2 years and see what happens. What my amendment would be, I guess, and to see if that works. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson, then Councillor Baxter, then Councillor Morris. Oh, sorry.
Madam Mayor, I think I was
That's me.
after.
Someone else.
I was after.
Thank you. I'm after Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to pull that amendment 6, please, Mr. Thorogood. I think it's outside the ambit of this motion. I'm going to come back with a notice of motion on that big picture item as far as expanding valley-wide capacity, and I'm happy to pull that point 6 on the back that.
There's no point 6 there. That's just comments from the briefing. There's no changes.
Yeah, well,
just comments for consideration when we go at a workshop.
Yeah, well, I'm withdrawing it so that I can bring it as a notice of motion to another meeting.
It helps focus.
But I'm happy to support Councillor Shields' idea of the alternate plan for Horseshoe Bay and Crescent Head in point 4 there, as far as not putting cabins there in the initial concept.
Thank you, Councillor. That helps us focus a bit more for when we get back into open council. I was going to add Councillor Patterson, Councillor McGinn, Councillor Morris then.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions for clarification. Could I ask through to Director Fish that, or maybe Director Mitchell, what is the management plan for annual sites? Because it's noted in here in the conclusion that say transition from annual sites recommended over a medium term to consolidate annual sites and tourists, and long term to remove annual sites to focus on tourist sites. And there is another comment in here that about the annual sites management. What is can be more prescriptive with that annual site management?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's actually one of the attachments. The actual management policy is an attachment in there for the councillors to have actually reviewed. There's an annual licensed site management policy, and there's an annual licensed site management strategy that actually outlines the whole process.
Okay, no worries. So just going back just on the comments in here about the medium term consolidated and the long term, could I just get a bit of an idea of that timeline again, please?
The short term was 1 to 3 years, the medium term was 3 to 5 or 6 years, and the longer term was that 6+ years.
Okay. And one last thing, we're talking before about fees and charges for the annuals to of $5,000 for removal of their van. I think you spoke about it last night. Could that be worded up to, rather than would that be normal up to $5,000?
Yeah, that's not an issue.
Yeah, because it may not.
It's the issue. The fees are a nominal amount. What may happen if someone chooses to leave their facility there we would have to potentially look at getting a crane in to lift it out. We also have to look at if it can't be resold, which is if they've left it, it's highly unlikely it's going to be a condition to resell. And then we'd actually then need to take it to our waste transfer station and pay the actual waste fees for it as well. So there is some cost in it. In some cases it would, in some cases it probably wouldn't.
Okay.
So we're trying to get a balance with it.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can just add to that as well, it's meant to be a deterrent so that people don't just go and leave it, and to actually take responsibility for their asset. I guess that's the whole context around that.
Councillor McGinn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we're going round a bit in circles and we've all got some ideas, but I've heard some people one councillor wants to increase open spaces, another wants to remove cabins, others want no increases in fees and natural attritions for annuals, etc., etc. And whilst individually, probably incrementally, they all seem like reasonable requests, when they all combine together, we're significantly watering down the revenue potential of the holiday parks through this strategy. So I just want to bring our focus back to the fact that as councillors, we've asked our general manager to bring our general fund back into a balanced budget. It's actually one of his key performance indicators, one of his key, in fact, I think it is the number one thing that we're managing with through the general manager's performance team. We have very few levers to change or to balance the general fund. So we can either decrease expenses on council, which equals reducing services, and I don't think that's palatable to our community, to our ratepayers, or we can increase revenue, of which there are very few levers that we have to pull because we have very few business generators, and our rates are determined, by IPART, and we can only increase them with the CPI, and our expenses are increasing in line with CPI as well. Having said all that, we need to be aware that all the watering down of the holiday park concept plans is actually reducing our ability to raise revenue and therefore balance our general fund and continue to provide services to our ratepayers. I believe this is true, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm led to believe that the revenue that would be generated through the additional revenue that would be generated through having the cabins as part of the strategy would be equivalent to saving our ratepayers a special rate variation of 3% on their rates. That is 3% special rate variation for every ratepayer in our shire could be saved if we adopt the holiday park concept plan in full. I think it's our responsibility as councillors to, and we say it right at the beginning, please help us make, in our prayer, please help us make our decisions today in the best interest of the whole of the Shire. Amen. Yet we seem to be really focused on a small group of residents at Crescent Head, or a small group of residents at Southwest Rocks, or a small group of annual licence holders at Hat Head. And look, I understand their situation and their grievances, and they have every right to comment. But it is our responsibility as ratepayers to act in the best interest of the whole of the Shire. And if we're asking our general manager to balance our general fund and to find a way of bringing our finances into a balanced position, and then we tie his hand behind his back by saying, oh, no, we don't want those cabins. We don't want to increase fees and charges for annuals. We don't want to adopt this strategy that's going to help alleviate our financial position. Are we really being responsible councillors? So I just want to, I ask, I guess, for confirmation, firstly, that I'm not speaking through my hat here, and that in fact, is it true but if implemented, that this strategy would generate enough income to avoid a 3% special rate variation, i.e. a rate rise for every one of our ratepayers in the whole of the Kempsey Shire.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Councillor McGinn, that 3% was based on some high-level financial analysis that we had undertaken and presented to the councillors in the briefing session a few weeks ago. And that was quantified based on the proposed developments that are articulated in the report. So just to be clear, that included the oceanfront cabins at Crescent Head, the proposed glamping or safari tents along Killick Creek at Crescent Head, and then in terms of Horseshoe Bay, the cabins on the headland and on the other section along the back creek part of the holiday park. Obviously, there's some in terms of the timing, and so, but in terms of trying to understand the scale and to put that into some sort of context, we did those calculations on the basis if they would happen in the next couple of years, obviously, just to get, because that's the only way you can do it. But in terms of if they were to have been done in the next couple of years, which, to be clear, the report is not advocating that. It was actually saying that they're a longer term consideration, but that would be the quantum of the impact from a ratepayer's perspective. That's correct.
So can I just reiterate then my point that if we're here to make the decisions in the good of the whole of the Shire, then we need to be considering the implications of the decision we make today in watering down this strategy, if that is indeed what we end up doing, and that we will be, I'm not quite sure if I want to quite articulate this in this way, but we will be basically asking for a special rate variation if, in fact, we do not take on. Now, I mean, there might be others to increase services and do other things in the future, but I'm just trying to remind us as councillors that the decision we make today will impact not just a few residents at Crescent Head or a few residents at Southwest Rocks, saving them some cabins, but we are going to have a financial implication put on every ratepayer in the Shire.
Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McGinn. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to remind Councillor McGinn of Councillor Shields' eloquent words. I don't think she said, you used the phrase watering it down. I think what we're talking about is responding to community views on a specific place for specific cabins. That there's no, and Councillor Shields went on to say that over the next 6 to 10 years, where this concept plan covers, business plans for other cabins elsewhere within the parks can be considered. So it's not so much watering it down. I think it's a disagreement with the proposal put by staff that the cabins should go there or the cabins should go there. There are many places you could put if you want to transform and use more cabins because it's better yield. That's fine, but I think that what we're responding to, and if you look at the surveys there of the residents of these places, what we're responding to is the views of the residents that live out there, and they're not saying no, stop all increase in yield on caravan park. They're saying specifically cabins there, no thanks. Can you put them somewhere else, or can we go back to the drawing board over the next 10 years? It's a 10-year concept plan. So as far as next year's a special rate variation, I can't see what 10 years from now is going to affect next year's decision on a rate variation. But I don't agree with the watering it down metaphor. I think it's more of a fine-tuning of the proposal to accept the views of the residents who own the caravan park and the Crown land in this valley.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, just to follow up on the previous comments, if we were to adopt the alternative, there are still additional cabins going in both locations. So what would be the reduction in income as a result of that? And when you balance the 3% potential additional special rate variation, and I say that because what is the quantum of rate variation that we're talking about at the moment? It's some 20.6%, isn't it? That's required over the next few years. So this would bring it down to, yes, it would bring it down potentially by 3%, but if you take into account the additional revenue that would be achieved from the alternative, it's probably less than that full amount. And I believe that there are other ways that we could generate even as much or more revenue by tweaking some of the proposals that are there.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Not sure if I'll answer these questions in the right order, Councillor Morris. Yeah, and if I miss answering some, then just let me know. But in terms of, so the report quite clearly articulates the financial benefits for each of the proposed developments for those four that I talked about a minute ago. So it's around about $3.5 or so million, $3.5 to $3.7 million. If you're looking at the headland ones at Horseshoe Bay or the oceanfront at Crescent Head over the 25-year life of the cabins. So we've modelled them over the life of the cabin. So that's incremental cash flow. So that's after you pay back the investment from a capital perspective in the cabin. That's and any costs associated with that. So that's actual the additional cash flow over that 25 years. So if you said $3.5 million for each of those two, that would be foregone. From a net present value perspective, which is when you discount everything back to today's dollars, noting that in 25 years' time, a dollar's not worth as much as what a dollar's worth now. But in net present value terms, that's around about $2 million for each of those as well. So yes, so that's answering that part. In terms of your other question around the special rate variation, once we get to agenda item 9.3, one of the items in there, and is included within the report, is some scenarios around our long-term financial plan, which attempts to quantify for illustrative purposes what special rate variation may look like, and there's sort of three different scenarios that have done down there around that. But given our general fund forecast, that is around about that 20%, between 18 to 20%, depending on what sort of surplus council would like to be making each year to be able to absorb the ups and downs, if you like, from year to year. So what it would basically, if you're looking at it, it would essentially reduce that by around about the 3%. For these two parks alone, that would probably be 2%. For those two, just the two headland or oceanfront cabin developments, because the glamping tends to return less relative to the cabins. Does that answer your questions? Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I have one quick question related to that then.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Director Mitchell. So if we're saying it's equivalent to 3% overall for a special rate variation, considering the next special rate variation that's being proposed, would it have an effect on this next one, which is deemed to come into play from, I think it's 2022-23 onwards? And considering that the cabins will not be in play for another 4 to 6 years, do we reduce the special rate variation based on the assumption on this master plan, or do we say, and when we're applying to IPAR, it's an assumption, the cabins may not happen, they haven't happened at that point, so is it affecting future special rate variations, not this one?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, there's probably a couple of responses to that. Firstly, there's a lot of work that we would need to do before we actually go for special rate variation. That's clearly articulated in the IPNR report, because obviously there's a whole lot of consultation with the community and take into account a whole lot of factors around capacity, willingness to pay, and those sorts of things. So, and before we get to that, there's be a whole lot of work that we would need to do organisationally in terms of understanding that and coming up with what we think is what would be the right size of that. We're flagging that in that report purely to give, as I said, for illustrative purposes, so that it sort of sizes, if you like, what the deficit actually means, because we can keep saying there's a deficit of this amount, but to actually sort of say what would that actually mean if there was a rate rise. Just need to be very clear, we're not haven't recommended that yet. It's there for illustrative purposes because we are continuing to show an operating deficit as we have historically, but over the 10-year life of the long-term financial plan in relation to the general fund. So there's a lot of steps that have to happen to that, and part of that would be looking at this and then factoring in, as I said, the quantification around that 3% was done again for the purposes of the councillor briefing to say this is indicative of the benefit or the opportunity lost, if you like, around this, but there are timing considerations that need to be taken into it. And again, I'd be cautioning you trying to be too precise around the use of those numbers. They are directionally correct and to give you a sense of what some of the scale of that would be, but there's a whole body of work that we would need to do that would actually then factor in some of these proposals if we were to go down that path and around the timing of those. And it may be that when we come around to do that piece of work that we may actually be looking at it and going, well, we might be able to sustain for an operating loss for a year or two more on the basis that then the projections start to improve. But that's a body of work that we would still need to do.
Councillor Hawken.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Following up from what you just said, Director, the issue of long term is the one that's concerning me. And as Councillor McGinn raised, it'll be saving a 3% rate increase. But we're looking at purchasing the cabins and then having to pay them off. Would that be involving loans? And that would, in the term of paying them off from the income, would that not be saving the 3% variation? It's still, the income is not coming back into general fund of any sort or into putting aside what council's spending on the parks, not having to pay it from the general fund. So it's quite complicated, this, but I hope you can get the idea of what I'm saying. The 3% further down the track saving has to happen after we've purchased the blocks or units.
Yeah, so if I understand the question right, on one side of things, the actual investment in the cabins from a capital expenditure perspective, and when you make that capital expenditure, that then goes on your balance sheet and you depreciate it. When we're looking at our the numbers that we present to you in terms of our operating result, that is effectively the income statement. It will reflect the depreciation of those assets, but not the actual capital expenditure associated with those. To go back and answer the other part of your question, so we've got a reserve that we the income from the holiday parks, all that income that's generated goes into that reserve, and that is only spent on those Crown reserves. So whether it's a reinvestment back into the holiday parks, or if it's provide the maintenance of those parks, or if it's even maintenance of the other reserves, the lifeguard services, it funds a whole lot of other stuff as well. Not all the costs associated with those. And that's where some of the general ratepayer revenue then goes to subsidise the maintenance of some of these reserves, because we're not generating enough just from the holiday parks to cover all of those expenses. So that's where the benefit of the saving, if you like, from the general fund would be, in that if the holiday parks were to generate a higher level of income, then there wouldn't need to be this cross subsidisation, if you like, of some of the other maintenance of the reserves from the general fund. So, yeah. Yeah, it's not. There's lots of complexity and nuances to this, and we understand that, and that's why some of the modelling we've done is more precise. So, comfortable in the rigour and robustness for the financials that support the council report and the numbers that are quoted in that. But as you start to get further out, you get less precision around some of your forecasts, and that's why we will continue to revise those and make sure that those assumptions are correct and appropriate.
I think we've been here for now 2 hours. We may consider going back into open council. Thank you, Councillor Shields. Do I have a seconder? And Councillor McGinn. I haven't spoken on this at all, and it's just a couple of things that I would like to outline, and I am going to read what we have so far as the motion, so we can all refocus on what we are here for. It's clear that we have the direction of the MACLEAY Valley Coast Holiday Parks annual licence and master plan, and it's important that we do have a plan, because part of the reason why we're in this is because we haven't really had a strong or even any type of a master plan for these holiday parks. So it's really important that we have a plan. And there are economic and financial implications of that plan, but there are also social and community implications of whatever plan that we have for all the holiday parks, but particularly the high visible and the high interactive holiday parks of South West Rocks and Crescent Head. So we need to consider this, and what we have so far is that Council note that the revenue generated by the MACLEAY Valley Coast Holiday Parks provides an important funding source to improve all Crown reserves under Kempsey Shire Council's management, which would otherwise be funded from the general ratepayer funds. In other words, if the holiday parks don't make the money to do all the other Crown reserves we have to put in. Note the MACLEAY Valley Coast Holiday Park Stakeholder Engagement Report undertaken by Local Consulting. 3. In relation to annual licences within the MACLEAY Valley Coast Holiday Parks, note the MACLEAY Valley Coast Holiday Parks annual licence social and economic impact assessment undertaken by Local. Note the proposed change in annual licence fees and charges to be placed on draft of the 2021-22 Kempsey Shire Council fees and charges, and that will be presented to Council in April in one of the following recommendations. Adopt the attached licence sites management policy and annual licence site management strategy, and note that a fair and transparent plan for the rationalisation of the annual sites consistent with the annual licence strategy and site development plans will be developed and communicated to the annual site licence holders by the 31st of December 2021. And adopt the MACLEAY Valley Coast Holiday Parks 10-year concept plans for Grassy Head, Stewart's Point, Hat Head, Horseshoe Bay recommended plan, and Crescent Head Holiday Parks recommended plan. Now, so far we've talked about having all the plans, business case come back for each if it's completed before it's prior to any implementation for further consideration of any council that has to make those decisions. We've also talked about adopting the alternate plan for South West Rocks and Crescent Head. So that's where we're at the moment. I don't know if there was any other ones in there that we were, because that's...
Technically, you've got a motion on the floor.
We've got a motion, that's right, we've got a motion from Councillor Saul which stops at point 4, and through all that discussion of 2 hours, we have come up with, we want to consider maybe one or both or some part of something else. So we're back in open council with that on the floor.
Can we test the motion of the recommendation 1 to 4 with 5 adopted? That the future report has to come back to council with the business plans. Councillor Shields was trying to put on her light, so I was just waiting for her. I'm sorry. Yes, Councillor Shields, you've got the floor.
Just in terms of the amendment, as I spoke about when we were in committee of the whole, so I'd be changing point 4, so in brackets saying alternative plan for Horseshoe Bay and for Crescent Head Holiday Parks, and maybe with a sentence afterwards to say maybe with business cases to be reported to council prior to implementation or something along those lines, because I think it would be good that those business cases are made public.
Which basically incorporates both.
It should.
So,
because obviously the business cases will be done anyway, but I think we might as well bring it to a council meeting and make it public for everyone to know the benefits.
So,
Just as a question,
yes.
development applications or would have to occur, do they or do they not, because they're within keeping? So is there a formal process? Putting cabins there?
No, there's they're under Crown lands. I don't believe there's an actual development application process, but you could put in that something on. Unfortunately, we've got a computer technical issue.
Yeah,
That's
that's
why it's on the screen, and we can't actually fix it. But yeah, that 0.5. If you change 0.4 in line with Councillor Shields, that would be the alternate plans. And then you could put a 0.5 that probably don't need a 0.5 at this point, because if you're doing the alternate plans, those cabins aren't proceeding at that point in time. So
So some
Yeah.
cabins are. So there wouldn't be a business case for the
Not for
glamping
the
tents and the battery
yeah.
cabins.
my understanding that was more for those front ones at both those two locations, was more for those front ones to really test that the market was still there at that point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would leave it at just 0.4 with alternate plans on it.
Madam Mayor, if I have my second's concurrence,
You don't need your second as concurrence.
No,
that's
don't
always
need-
pleasant to ask.
Yes, councillor.
If I were to have her concurrence, I would possibly adjust the motion for 0.4 and put in alternative plans for Hat Head and Crescent Head.
Would you be happy to accept that, councillor?
Yep.
Yeah. Where we're at.
Get the recommendation and recommend a plan and alternative plan be installed in its place.
And that would become the
Can
motion.
we make it bigger so we can actually read it?
It's very difficult though,
I can't see it.
councillor.
No, we're about to bring it up.
You had your light on, so
Yeah.
but we have a you, so this is now a
Yeah. Right.
So that's correct. Horseshoe Bay and Crescent Holiday Parks alternative plan.
so this will become this is the,
These two. Hang on, I'll turn it for the two. Sorry.
we're going to deal with this as the recommendation.
Oh, that's not here. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, no, that's right. No, that is right.
So what we see on the screen is a recommendation.
That's what we all agree on that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Something's changed. Yeah.
Yeah.
All the ones are just the plans. We only have.
There's only alternate plans for those two.
That recommended plan's actually been moved. You could actually, that recommended plan, drop that out. Drop the recommended plan out.
Yeah.
Because that's actually Horseshoe Bay and Crescent Head recommended plans. Drop that, delete that, and put S on the end of the plan rather than. Yeah, so
Alternate plans, yes,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Madam Mayor, can I?
Now you all agree with the process here, because we went into a workshop with a motion. While we were in workshop, when we came back out, the person that moved the recommendation, Councillor Shields was going to move an amendment. The person that moved the original recommendation has agreed that through the workshop, this is what would be a better recommendation, rather than us vote. I mean, I'm happy to go through the process of amendment, but if Councillor Morris, are you happy with that process?
I've just got an amendment.
You've
I'm
got
just waiting
another
until you're
amendment.
ready to.
Okay, so this is what we've got so far. And it's been moved by Councillor Saul and seconded by Councillor McGinn. Your amendment.
My amendment is that we change 3C to that rather than adopt the licensed site management policy and annual licensed site management strategy, that we place those documents on public exhibition for 28 days. And with 0.4, rather than adopt the MACLEAY Valley Coast holiday parks, I would be more comfortable with we provide in principle support for the holiday parks and request that a business plan be brought back for the execution of any works in the medium to longer term prior to implementation. If I move that as an amendment.
We just get those words again, please, Councillor Morris, just slowly. So on point C, you're asking for
Public exhibition for 28 days.
Sorry, C. Get that one. Yeah. This is an amendment. He's moving it as an amendment. Yeah. We'll just get this done and up as an amendment.
Madam
So
Mayor, can I just have a comment on the way
is-
through while we're waiting for this to get drawn up?
Just
Yes, councillor.
Yeah, after going over again the long-term management plan of the annuals, I do agree with council's actions on the strategy for the annuals, and it will be something that in the short term, medium, and long term that will be beneficial for our community. I appreciate it. Thank you. Because in the long term, it did show, say, it had there was still covered annuals there. Fifth point.
And actually, while we're waiting for that, I think that has been lost on everybody here. That is a significant report that the staff have worked on, and it has given us a lot to talk about, a lot to think about, and to do it justice, we needed to take the time that we have, but we needn't lose sight that it has been a very significant report, that we have now got the basis of a good plan, a very good plan for our 5 holiday parks, which we didn't have when we came to the meeting a month ago. Okay, we're
Councillor
good.
Morris, we just need the wording of that last point. So you ready?
Provide in principle support for the MACLEAY Valley Coast Holiday Park 10-year concept plans.
Yep.
For grassy heads and alternative plans, with a business case analysis at the end, with the business case analysis to be brought back to council prior to the implementation of any items in the medium to longer term.
Slow.
Being brought back to council prior to the implementation of any matters in the medium and long term. And that's 4 to 7 years away. Things may change by then, so why not just review it at that stage? And that should be a continuation of 4, not a new. Unless you want to make it as a separate point. Doesn't make any difference here.
General Manager?
It's up to the council, obviously, to determine this, whether you place it on 28 days exhibition or not. Again, it's at your discretion to do that. The policies have been out there, and we've certainly had a lot of feedback on those, and there was a whole range of annual licence people that actually were directly surveyed in developing those. In relation to the business case for the medium term and longer term, that is going to, I guess, hamper a range of things. A lot of those things are just simple refurbishments that are actually in those. They're just made, very minor operational things in that. So if we're going to bring business cases back for each of those, you're going to tie us up in, well, I believe anyway, pretty unnecessary requirements. You're adopting the plans, or again, if you adopt the plans, if you go back to what's the actual recommendation, if you adopt the plans, that gives a very clear picture to the council and the community about what is being planned there, and allows the staff to actually get on and manage those in an operational sense.
Just before you speak,
I would like to change, based on the General Manager's comments, I'd like to change slightly, and that is that a business case be brought back on matters in the medium and longer term where the estimated expenditure is in excess of $50,000.
So, man, that's still operational money. That's really basic money. If you put it up to 500,000 or something like that, it might be doable. But if you're talking about $50,000, you're still getting very involved in operational affairs.
I'll just wait till we get this up here and see.
It's also been adopted and operated every single year. So,
But we need to deal with it. It's been put as an amendment.
No.
At this point, I don't have a seconder. Thank you, councillor.
This is the amendment. We lost that. Okay. With a business case being brought back to council.
Well, where's the bit about the 500,000?
Yeah, that's business case being brought back to council. For any works in excess of $50,000 in the medium to long term.
I think it's too much. There's nothing there that would
Yeah.
cost 500.
Yes.
I'd be happy with 100.
Okay, put the motion. Put the amendment.
Oh, okay. Do you want to speak to it?
Madam Mayor, I believe that a lot of the things that come out on those plans, yes, whilst the annuals were consulted, they weren't consulted after knowing what the final strategy was going to be. They may have other comments. And I believe that with the stuff that's 4 to 7 years down the track, there needs to be a review prior to implementation. And I believe that the council of the day should have the ability to review that.
Thank you. No more lights on. Is there any dissent? Yes, councillor.
Can I speak in favour of the amendment, Madam
No, we haven't had a speaker against.
Mayor? Is that in the Code of Meeting Practice?
Yes, it is.
I can't find it, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry.
Well, we will go back to it when we outside of this meeting, but you do need to have a speaker for and a speaker against. We haven't had a speaker against. Any dissent on the amendment? The amendment's been lost. We're going back to the original motion. Yes, councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, I therefore move a further amendment, and that amendment is that I just have to try to work out the wording. If I turn this on, I might be able to get to it. That in relation to the annual site management strategy, or adopt the attached licence site management policy and annual site management strategy with the variation that where a annuals van requires upgrade, the period for that upgrade be by negotiation with council on the basis that they have determined that they will be commencing work within the 3 months. So basically, I believe some of them are going to need work that will probably take at least 3 months, if not longer, to execute. The wording of it is if it isn't fixed within the 3 months, their licence will be suspended. What I'm saying is that they need to be able to negotiate with council to demonstrate that they have got a pathway sorted out to repair that. They shouldn't just be automatically cut off. And that, I believe, should only occur for the first inspection.
Councillor, can I just ask a question? Was there a reason why you didn't put this in your last amendment?
Because if it goes on public exhibition, it can be commented.
Thank you. You know that someone would have actually commented on it. Do I have a seconder?
Sorry, if I can just clarify for the councillors so they're aware of this, the actual wording is if the annual licence site is not compliant within 3 months, the annual licence holder may be issued with a notice of termination. So there is discretion and there is ability for us to actually negotiate those terms.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, councillor Horval. Do you wish to speak, councillor Morris? Is there any dissent on the amendment? The amendment's been lost. We're back to the original motion.
Madam Mayor,
Councillor
I'll move
Horval.
an amendment.
Thank you, councillor Horval.
I've moved sent the amendment to Manager Thorogood. Hopefully you can find it in the email. Actually change point 3 to read in relation to annual licences within the MACLEAY Valley Coast holiday parks, that all annual licences be renewed and only terminated through natural attrition. B, note that the proposed change in annual licence fees and charges to be placed in the draft, etc., is already written. In 4, I put, you can actually see it up there now, adopt the MACLEAY Valley Coast Holiday Park 10-year concept plans for Grassy Head, Stewart's Point, Hat Head, Horseshoe Bay, and I want to change that to alternate plan if I could, and Crescent Head Holiday Parks, alternate plan, and excluding cabins on the northern boundary and no safari-style cabins on the creek front.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Morris. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We've got to remember that we, as Councillor McGinn has said, we're representing the community, and we represent all the community, including the people who are occupying annuals. If the rules about maintaining the cabins and the requirements to update them to be able to be moved, they've got to be tied down, and the increase in fees, I think there's going to be, and I'm just a feeling, I've no demonstrable proof on it, that a number of those annuals will leave. But I've received emails from people who are annuals, and I presume some of you have as well, and they feel that their whole life is changing dramatically, because that had been their plan, to live there and take part in the local clubs and so forth, and they wrote about that. So I'm thinking that the annuals should be a natural attrition, and then we don't have any more new ones. And over time, they will all be taken out of the caravan parks. There won't be any left. But natural attrition, no more renewals, and no more new annuals be allowed, and the ones that are there be allowed to stay. In the other part of my amendment, which is a change, is the Horseshoe Bay alternate plan be adopted, and the Crescent Head one alternate plan, and actually specify we don't want cabins on the northern boundary, which would block out all the people behind who will not be able to even see the and possibly even feel the breezes of the ocean if they come to stay there. So it's not an attractive thing to have those cabins right on the boundary, in my opinion. And that's what we're allowed here. We're allowed to have opinions. And the safari-style cabins along the creek front, as has already been mentioned by Councillor Baxter, it takes away the openness of the area if you've got those big glamping cabins right up to the bridge crossing. So I think the idea of having this amendment supported is that it opens us up to being answerable to the community in a very positive way.
Thank you, councillors. Is there any dissent on the amendment? Okay, we're back to the original. I don't. Yes, if we had a speaker for, we had a speaker for and against. We went straight into amendments.
Yes, I spoke for it.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
But if there's no speaker against, which there would be, I imagine.
Just ask the speaker against if there's not movement.
I haven't got any more lights on, so is there any dissent?
I'll speak against it if you want, Madam Mayor.
No, you don't have to, only if you want to.
Oh, well, I will. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Very quickly. Acknowledging the great work from the staff on this, and the idea of making it more financial is a very positive thought from the senior staff, and I applaud them on that. We also, as councillors, have to, as remarked earlier, be answerable to the community, and we've engaged with the community, and the surveys tell us that there are things wrong with this plan, and we have a real concern that the community, as Councillor Baxter put, is going to change Crescent Head especially to a from a working class holiday place to a more senior financially rich person coming, and that will change the character of Crescent Head. It's changing as usual, but I'm saying it's going to change dramatically when you've got a different sort of clientele all through the park. So I'm really thinking we've got an answer to our community, and that's why I'll be opposing what is there.
Does anyone else wish to speak for the recommendation? Okay, I put the Is there any dissent? Thank you, councillors. It has been passed. We will now move on to 9.2. Thank you, councillor. Do I have a seconder? It's the flood event. I do have amendments.
I second that.
Thank you. Well, I've already, before you speak, I do have an amendment. So which I believe I've already sent through. No. 9.2.
Which is actually moving this as a motion, not as an amendment.
No, I can't because I didn't move the motion. Someone got in before me.
I moved it, but you just have to tell us what your amendments are.
I'm just waiting for them to come up.
Madam Mayor, the mover has the right to speak, I believe, if she wants to.
I'll wait and hear the amendment.
She's
Yes,
agreed
okay.
to wait and see.
Thank you.
They're not significant, actually. We get to point 9, which note the residents and business flood damage waste is being removed at no charge. Number 10 was that council formally correspond with the ADF squadron to acknowledge and thank them for their assistance during the March 21 flood. 11, council formally corresponds with SES and RFS to acknowledge and thank them for their assistance during the March 21 flood. 12, council formally corresponds and acknowledges the police and particularly the Aleacon and thank them for their assistance during the March 21 flood. And I did have a 13, which we've already incorporated in the mayoral minute. I did have something to say to that, and I did have a presentation, something to for the councillors to understand that when I went into the Emergency Operations Centre on the Wednesday, I was really overwhelmed to see the response team working parallel with the recovery team and with every agency, the police, the SES, the RFS, the ADF, Health, Council, and there was many more. They were organised, they were focused, and they were dealing with what we had to face. So different to my early days as mayor back in around 2013 when I walked into operational head and it was just not organised, focused and knowing what we had to deal with. So we've come a long way in recognising it takes a whole of government and a whole of community to fight back against a natural disaster. We saw that in the fires. We have gone through 20 disasters declarations in the last decade. We appreciate and are so grateful that we don't have to do that battle alone. We've all come through this, I believe, stronger, better prepared, and we have great community spirit, and that will always be there. I must say that fire and rescue have also done their bit, which are different to the RFS, which is the Rural Fire Services, and the SES. The SES were the lead agency when it came to the combat of the flood. When I was at the head Emergency Operations Centre on that Wednesday, I was joined there by Rear Admiral Platt and Lieutenant Colonel Henry Stimson, and they presented me with the commemorative disc. And that commemorative disc, which says Joint Task Force 629, Serving Community and Country, and I'll have this placed in the exhibition little cabinet that we have outside of chambers. I do believe that the RDF and all the services greatly made us come back and be able to cope with what we had to deal with. And I think it's the General Manager's words that we're about 2 months ahead of where we would have been without the support that we had.
Madam Mayor, I move the motion. Would I be able to speak?
Absolutely.
I'd also like to add, since I moved the motion, just so it's not an amendment, but at 9, where it says, note the residents and businesses flood damage waste is being removed at no charge as detailed in this report, and add note plans in place to remove silage plastic for flood affected primary producers. I have the opportunity to be on the floor, so I'm adding it. It's called leadership. I think I spoke before about how wonderful everybody had been with the flood, and I thank everybody.
We do have a seconder, don't we? Anthony. And Councillor Patterson.
So just with that addition, I'm happy to leave it as is.
With your indulgence, Councillor McGinn, can we just add fire and rescue when we've got RFS on number 11?
Yes,
It's really hard in these circumstances of not forgetting somebody, which we probably have. I see Councillor Morris's light on, so.
That's just a question, Madam Mayor. On point 7, where we're talking about waiving water usage charges on a case-by-case basis where ratepayers can demonstrate a substantial increase in water usage, is the intention, and I don't disagree with that. What I'm asking is the intention to fully waive all usage charges for that quarter, or only for that is deemed or is demonstrated as being in excess of what would be normal usage? Just a point of clarification, because it's not clear, because somebody could read that and say, okay, I don't pay for the 3 months, rather than I don't pay what would be seen to be the extra.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it's the latter, Councillor Morris, is what was intended by this, and so that's why it can only really be done on a case-by-case basis. We have had at least one ratepayer approach us or contact us that was an issue, and that water was flowing sort of continuously. So this was put in there, so I guess just to give us the ability to do that, but it would be assessed on a case-by-case basis, and it would be done in the same way as what we do, using the same committee structure under our hardship relief policy, where it be considered as part of that, of which I chair.
Noting that council does occasionally send letters out to residents that have had a higher than normal water use, is it possible for council to possibly flag some residents, particularly if they're known to be in flood affected areas, to pursue that, or how are we going to advertise and let people know that this is available for them?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we'd certainly be looking at doing this through social media and other media outlets. Trying to actually match up numbers would be very time consuming. So,
and just if I can add through you, Madam Mayor, as well, I guess it depends on where the reads were up to, because I think for some they may have just been read just before the floods, where others was post the flood event. So we just need to take that into account, and that's why dealing with them on a case-by-case basis is probably the easiest thing.
Councillor Hall.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment, if I may, please. I've forwarded it through to Manager Thorogood. Add to that, that'll be point 13. And it says, undertake a timely review to determine any better preparation procedures for future similar events, with a report to a future council meeting. And that comes from strategic planning, SAS point 02, implement systems to minimise and mitigate the impact of disasters. I don't know if that last bit needs to be in there, but it's certainly part of our planning documents that we minimise and mitigate disasters. So I'm just asking for council to look at what has happened and see if there are better ways of systemising responses to the flood.
Right.
To you, Madam Mayor,
yes,
just in line with what Councillor Hall has said, that process is already in place. There's actually, the Leacon is organising a debrief. It's actually all coming together for that, and we're actually also holding an internal debrief, which will allow us to see where things can be improved internally as well. So that will all be done, and then from there, any need to update our emergency plan or other plans would actually be taken following that feedback.
Okay, so I really don't need that, Mr. General Manager. Will you report to council on these improvements?
We put it up probably as a bulletin.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll withdraw it, Madam Mayor.
I just have a question, and that's a comment around was there any engagement with our disaster dashboard engagement that we've been developing through the JO. I noticed it was on one of the news bulletins. It sort of was in front of mine with me when we were going through the event, because it was just, you weren't focused on that. But I was just wondering if we've got any feedback or statistics on how that disaster dashboard operated, or if we used it.
We'll take that on notice, and we'll bring some information back about that, and also our general comms. And I know the level for our comms going out with the 50 bulletins, it went absolutely through the roof. And Steve might actually know some of the numbers.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The actual report does include a whole section around, from a comms perspective, around communicating with the community. And the general manager's right, we had a substantial increase in terms of our Facebook followers, so up from about 8,000 to 10,200 from memory, and engagement from that on those platforms was substantially higher as well.
Thank you, councillors. Is there any dissent on the recommendation? There's no dissent. That's been carried. We're going into the Integrated Planning and Reporting Delivery Program, operational program, and I'm going to ask the Director, Stephen Mitchell, to introduce this report. This is one of the most, if not the most significant report that goes up to Council on an annual basis. So, Director Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, agenda item 9.3 is the draft integrated planning and reporting suite of documents for next financial year, so 2021-22, and is arguably the most important report that will come to Council each year, because it does outline our plans of what we're planning to do and the resources, most particularly the budget that's required to deliver that program of work. There's 5 attachments to the report, which no doubt you've had the pleasure of reading. Most notably is the draft delivery program and operating plan, and the long-term financial plan and the fees and charges. And we also have the revenue policy and the rate category maps. Probably a couple of general comments to make in relation to the IPNR documents for a start, and then a few specific comments, if I may, on the attachments. We have combined the delivery program and the operating plan into one document. You may recall last year with COVID-19 and the associated 12-month delay in the local government elections, the OLG advised us that we'd extend the current 4-year delivery program for another year. We've done that, and that's in a combined DPOP for the year. So just to clarify that. The other key sort of general comment to make in relation to all these documents is a lot of this work to get to what's being presented to you all occurred prior to the flood event. And so obviously the flood event has had a significant impact, particularly on public infrastructure, roads and bridges, etc. And that will obviously necessitate a diversion of resources to repair and remediate those assets. So the draft documents don't reflect the impacts of the flood as yet, and so what will need to occur whilst the documents are out on public exhibition will need to be adjustments to that, both in terms of what's achievable from a work program perspective, given the work that we'll now need to be doing in relation to flood repairs and remediation, and also then the associated budget impacts related to that as well. The other thing is there's a couple of large grants, which I think we talked about at the last council meeting, most notably the $16 million for the fixing country bridges that have been announced, and that hasn't been reflected within these documents as well. There are a point in time, obviously, there'll be things that will come up, like the flood or major grant announcements, which we'll need to accommodate at our next opportunity, which in this case will be what we bring back to you in June, in terms of the final suite of IPNR documents. Just in relation to the DP&OP, it includes around about 200 items with performance measures, and some of the key things in relation to the DP&OP to note is at a consolidated basis, we're forecasting a deficit of just under $1 million. But for general fund, it's just over $3 million. So it's about $3.2 million is the forecast general fund deficit for the 2021-22 financial year. And there's a substantial capital expenditure program, so it's in excess of $80 million of capital. Again, as I mentioned just a minute ago, that will need to be looked at given the impact of the floods and what we can actually achieve. But there are obviously substantial investments in terms of our road and bridges network and our water and sewage treatment facilities, and then a number of those large grant funded projects that people are aware about in relation to the High Performance Centre at Southwest Rocks, the Virgin Eden Street Sports Precinct and the Adventure Park. So a really sizable capital program to be delivered in addition to our normal business as usual. I would point out that the attachment to the operating plan, the appendix includes a detailed list of all capital projects that are over $50,000, and that accounts for about 98% of our total capital spend. And it gives, I think, a much clearer connection from the operating or the delivery program operating plan item to the actual individual projects that may comprise that item. So I'd obviously encourage people to look at the appendix as well. Fees and charges, there's a fair bit of commentary in the report around that, so I won't necessarily go into huge amounts of detail other than to say that around about 2/3 of the fees and charges have only increased between 0 to 5%. So, and the majority of that is aligned to CPI increases, and there may be some rounding associated with that, which means it's slightly greater than the 1.5% CPI. And then I think we touched on when we're talking about the MACLEAY Valley Coast Holiday Parks report. The long-term financial plan obviously includes a lot of information around our forward financial forecasts, but also those scenarios in relation to a special rate variation. So I would just point those out as well. Lastly, community engagement will obviously be different to last year with COVID, where we were limited to online only. So we'll have a broader plan in terms of the public exhibition of these documents and in terms of trying to encourage as much community feedback in relation to these documents as we can.
Thank you for the introduction to the report. So we do have a recommendation. Do I have
Move that way, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Horville's got his light on. Did you want to move it?
No, I was going to ask some questions from the Director's report.
And it's seconded by Councillor Patterson. I'll read what we've got, and it's in front of you, I believe now, that Council's draft integrated planning and reporting documents be placed on public exhibition for a period of 28 days and a report be tabled at the June 2021 Council meeting detailing the submissions received during the public exhibition period and presenting a final integrated planning and reporting document for adoption by Council. Do you wish to
Madam Mayor,
Do you wish to speak first, and then I'll take the question from Councillor Horville and then Councillor McGinn. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, very briefly, the amount of work involved in this by Director Mitchell's team has been amazing. To collate all this into a form which the public can understand and appreciate. So, as a councillor, I actually want to commend his team and himself, the work involved, and I hope the public does take the time to read it, understand it and appreciate it. Thank you for that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Horville.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had some questions on the first attachment, draft delivery program and operational plan, if I may. And I joined Councillor Saul in commending the staff, and especially the appendix that's now been attached to the plan, which shows a detailed list of items that are to be considered. On page 35, page 28. I don't know why it says 35, sorry. On page 35, it's the second last item in the report, bitumen sealing of Point Plummer Road. The performance measure is project completed, and so it's hoped to be completed in this coming financial year. New project. It says general fund as the funding. I thought we had state government funding there.
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, that will need to be updated to reflect general fund and also grant
it would also be multi-year project, so we can update that.
Thank you. I was just wondering whether we'd missed out on the grant for taking so long. On page 44, it's got being wealthy, business performance of council's commercial assets is maximised. It's page 44. And the first item is provide an airport facility in accordance with CASA requirements. And I look there and see that we're spending money from the wonderful grant on the MACLEAY Valley Adventure Recreation Park, but we've only got 100,000 in that first item. Is there any contemplation in this coming year for us to construct the fence around the airport to keep the kangaroos out?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, Councillor Horval, the item in there that relates to, which is WSO 5.1.1,
yes,
relates to water and sewer infrastructure upgrades at the airport. It's got nothing to do with the adventure park.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying,
yeah, but just to be clear, because you made reference to the adventure park, the in relation to we've submitted a grant in relation to the fencing, which we haven't actually had any advice on.
Okay, so I presume the adventure park will be fenced, so that part would keep the kangaroos away from the adventure park, but it's not keeping them away from the runway. Would that be correct?
The relevant parts of the adventure park will be fenced in terms of stopping humans from moving onto the runway.
So it'll be fairly tall. Okay, might have kangaroos transposing. Thank you, Mr. General Manager, for that. Another point in the on page 45 of the appendix. I've raised this already with Director Mitchell, but I'd like to understand this. Back in 1920, the 1920 plan, they were going to, they had listed at the Seal Road section. Where's that? I'm on page 45, I seem to have lost it.
Right in the middle, it's got deliver the Seal Road Network Renewal and Rehabilitation Program.
While Councillor Horval's looking for his page, may I ask a question in the interest of being efficient?
Certainly, and then I've got after Councillor Horval, while he's looking for his page, I'll take you, and then I've got Councillor Shields.
I found
also.
that,
yes, Councillor McGinn.
I've only got one question. It refers to page 21 of the draft plan, sustainable development, suggesting that we investigate electrical vehicles potentially for the council fleet. I'm just wondering how advanced this thinking is. Is it also considering including investigations around charging stations and where they might be for the benefit of the community, and obviously council would have to charge the vehicles. So a little bit broader strategically.
Yeah, it's in its early stages, Madam Mayor, that we're looking at it from a fleet perspective. It'll certainly be a step-by-step, going slowly. And from a more broader economic development tourism perspective, we've actually been lobbying and trying to get electric charge stations in the Shire probably for the last 2 years, and we'll continue to be doing that.
Through Madam Mayor, if I could just highlight as well the actions there, as referred to in probably the operating plan item, linked back to the long-term renewable energy and water strategies that you adopted last year. So that's effectively where those actions come out of.
Thank you, Councillor Horval. Continue.
Yeah, I found the spot. Sorry, Madam Mayor. I'm going to get better glasses, I think. Yes, at W2201, which is on page 45, it mentions Haven Crescent, Garavel. Previously, it wasn't on the last year's draft delivery program, but the year before it was, and it was Haven Crescent and Hillview Drive. And the reason for that is that it was going to be a it's just a saving in money. It's working smarter and bringing all the equipment and doing all the roads in the one go, and that was the plan originally. So is there a reason why Hillview Drive could not be added into that item, and is it planned for future years?
Doesn't Council Hall will live on Hillview Drive?
Point of order, councillor. You haven't been acknowledged to speak, but Mr. Fish is going to answer.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, Haven Crescent comes off Hillview in that Yarraville area there. The Haven Crescent is in quite poor condition and certainly has been prioritised for inclusion in the program. A lot of it comes down to, I guess, the overall program at the end of the day through the number of grants that have come into the program. We simply cannot add any additional projects in there. So we've only included Haven Crescent at this point in time. Hillview would certainly remain on the radar for forward programs, that's for sure.
Okay, so the start of Haven Crescent is actually where it intercepts with Hillview Drive, is where the stormwater has blown out multiple times over the last 10 years and had to be repaired by council. Would the Haven Crescent extend onto that part of Hillview Drive to make sure that is corrected, because it's a quagmire every time it rains?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can look at that as part of the project if it is relevant to the scope of it and relevant to be addressed at the time. We'd look at that, but that's subject to a more detailed site assessment.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Mayor. I will declare the fact that I do live on Hillview Drive, and I'm just following up on what came up in previous years, and no personal interest in it. I'm just wondering about council reflecting on what they had planned to do 2 years ago.
Councillor Shield.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Same section. I want to declare that I live on the South West Rocks Road before I ask the question. So there's $2 million and it says for a K. My understanding was that was the rest of the grant works. There was 2 million from grant funding, 2 million from council for 7.2 Ks. So is that the other 3.6 Ks?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, that will need an update. That's a previous project description which is carried through. Yes, it is for the remaining section of the grant-funded project that we've commenced through the 2021 financial year. So we've already done the order of 4 kilometres and we'll be doing a similar length again with that funding that's identified there as that project.
Lovely, thank you.
If I can just add through you, Madam Mayor, just in relation to some of the descriptions in the appendix, which we tried to make clear in the cover report, that some of these descriptions have come straight out of our financial system. We're aware that there's some of these that will need some amendment, or even now that we're disclosing at this level of detail and linking it to the operating plan items, they may not necessarily make sense to the community. And so work sort of started to make what has previously been internal descriptions more meaningful, so that when we publish it, so when we can bring that back in June, hopefully a lot of those sort of little items that will be cleaned up.
Councillor Morris.
Just a quick comment, Madam Mayor. There's quite a few new projects listed in the body of the operating plan. Some are obviously 1 year projects, and they've actually got suspense dates in their performance measure saying they'll be completed by June 2020. Others are clearly multi-year projects, simply by the description. Can we have that upgraded so that where it's a new project that's going to be multi-year, it says new project multi-year? There's quite a few of them there appear as if they are going to be multi-year, and that should be declared as a part of the plan, in my thought.
Comment?
Another quick question.
Yeah, that can be done.
Yeah. Another quick question. I can't find it anywhere, but is there any proposal within the operating plan for the next stage after our energy and water strategy for the community strategy side of it? Or is that not? Because there was discussion earlier about doing an energy strategy based on community input and community improvement.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, that's not included in the program in the operational plan as to be recommended to be exhibited. We have quite a considerable strategic planning program over the next, or certainly through next year and into following years. So it's not included in 21-22.
Just there were some discussions earlier. It may have been, but I couldn't find anywhere. So I just want a clarification on that fact.
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. Just on page 47, I'll just draw the councillors, everyone's attention. Top of page 47, Director Mitchell mentions the 16 million for the bridges, etc. Am I to conclude, Director Mitchell, you've got 54 million in grants for 21-22. If we add the 16, we're looking at 70 million in grants received for next year's.
Through you, Madam Mayor, part of the bridge grant is included. It's just an estimate at the time being. I think there is a significant amount of grants that are included in that, and some of the projects, when I did the introduction to this report, referred to projects such as the High Performance Centre at South West Rocks, Virgin Eden Street, the Adventure Park, just in 3 projects there, not to mention some of the projects that have a proportion of grant funding in our water and sewer network capital program, and all of that's going to have to be re-looked at what we bring back in June. But yeah, the reason that the capital number is so large and therefore there's the associated revenue side is because there is quite a significant amount of grant funded projects this year.
Well, that's all I wanted to applaud the staff for getting that amount of grant money. It's fantastic achievement. Second question, Chair. On page 259, Councillor Mr. Thorogood, of the Appendix 5 of the long-term financial plan 21 to 23. On page 259, you see it there. Oh, you can't read it. But anyway, we swing out of deficits in 23-24. We swing out a deficit into the black. So is this on the back of the special rate variation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's correct. Because if you look at that, you're referring to scenario 1, Councillor Baxter, which has got a one-off increase. So there's special rate variation happening in the 1 year, not phased in over 3 years, and that happens in the 2023-24 year. So yes, that's exactly right. So you get the uplift from that, which would turn the what had been historically a deficit into a modest surplus.
Right.
It's not a recommendation.
And it needs to be read in conjunction with scenario 2, which is on the next page, and scenario 3, I believe, which is on the following page.
Yeah. Well,
they have to be read in conjunction with one another.
Okay. And on the back, on page 52 in the report itself, in the business paper itself, you've got that beautiful graph there showing us the scenarios. I've just forgotten to imagine a third line there, bringing us back to just balance. Just balance. What rate variation are we looking at to just bring the budget into balance?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it'd be less than the other scenarios that are on that chart. I don't exactly know without having modelled that. The reason for choosing those scenarios, Councillor Baxter, was that you would like to be generating a small surplus that gives you the capacity to absorb unforeseen events and shocks. So, i.e., in recent examples, things like COVID-19, where our revenue took a big hit, things with natural disasters where we may not necessarily cover all costs. From a planning perspective, well, what we proposed in terms of those financial forecasts is to model that on a small surplus, so that we build some of that capacity within our financial projections, and not be running at, effectively, right to the line in terms of absolutely balanced. But that ultimately, when we do that body of work, which is what I was referring to in answering Councillor Shields' question before, that's what we would bring back to councillors for them to consider before that would be proceeded anyway.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, councillors. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Thank you, councillors. That is now going out on public exhibition. I believe.
Madam Mayor, is it possible to move a procedural motion?
It's always possible to move it, whether it's accepted or not is another thing.
Thank you. I don't know when you were going to call us to go to lunch, but would it be possible for us to bring forward the Spooners Avenue notice of motion? Because I notice a member of the gallery who's been here all morning waiting for it.
And that can be determined by councillors, which is to bring, so it won't be a procedural motion. It'll be bringing 10.2 forward. Is there any dissent in bringing 10.2 forward? There's no dissent. We will bring 10.2 forward. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Horvath. Yes, Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, I move as recommended, although I do intend to.
Councillor Morris, I can't hear.
I move it as recommended, on the basis that our code of meeting practice requires me to move the notice of motion as submitted, but I do intend to move an amendment. Council includes the construction and sealing of Spooners Avenue in its forward works program and pursues grant funding to expedite these works if a suitable grant program becomes available. I would like to change that to not include it in the forward works program, but to affirm it as a high priority road that needs construction and upgrading. That council pursues grant funding to expedite the works. If suitable grant funding is not obtained prior to the adoption of council's delivery program for 21-23, that consideration be made to include the construction and sealing of that road via grant funding within that delivery plan.
Okay, we only caught some of that.
It didn't quite catch the third point. If suitable grant funding is not obtained before
the adoption of the council's delivery plan for 21-23, that the construction and sealing of this road, or the pursuit of grant funding for the construction and sealing of this road be included or be considered for inclusion in the delivery plan 21-23.
the next term. Yeah. So the next delivery
It
plan.
is 21 to 23, isn't it? The next delivery plan? Delivery plan.
Well, it's a 3-year delivery plan, I think.
Yeah.
21,
That's
22 and 23.
23, yeah. It's a 3-year delivery plan.
1-year operating plan.
Yeah. So I would say a firm, Spooners Avenue, another firm. Yeah.
Councillor, yes, you can ask a question while we're waiting for this to come up. Councillor
Where does-
Morris needs to, he can speak to his motion,
Yeah.
but if it's just a question, I'll take
Where
it.
does the untarred section of Spooners Avenue currently sit in our operating plan?
I have to wait for the director, councillor.
I think he wanted to do point 1, 2 and 3.
It doesn't agree.
I know,
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Director Fish, have you got that question?
Where does the untarred portion of Spooners Avenue currently sit in our
So change
operating plan?
that to
And have we had a vehicle count?
so all of this becomes a firm. Spooners Avenue is a high priority road that needs
Yeah,
construction.
through you, Madam Mayor, just especially on the vehicle count side of things, there were counts listed in the report to council back in May 2019, which reflected numbers for Spooners Avenue of 160 to 174 vehicles per day. Those counts were done in the period around 2018. And in terms of Councillor McGinn's question, Council adopted a priority list as part of that report in 2019, and Spooners Avenue was the second priority on that list, noting that report didn't consider Maria River Road and Point Plummer Road, given they were already in train at that point in time.
And just to follow up on that, what is the number of passes by motor vehicles, like we had at Plumbers, Point Plummer, that is then recommended by state government for tarring? What is that number?
Well, there's no state government or any government recommendation in terms of the quantum of vehicles for sealing. But yeah, certainly where you're getting towards 200 to 300 vehicles a day, then sealing is certainly desirable. But you do need to consider the costs associated with the works, and then secondly the ongoing operational costs to council in the context of that decision.
Okay, are we good? Is this what you had? Affirm Spooners Avenue is a high priority as per what you originally put. Pursue grant funding to expedite the works, and if suitable grant funding is not obtained before the adoption of Council's DP for 2021 to 23, that the pursuant of the grant funding for this road will be considered for inclusion in the DP for 2021 to 2023. Is that what you want to move?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Baxter.
Question.
Councillor Morris had to speak first.
Madam Mayor, this road attracted considerable comment on social media during the flood. It is a high volume road during time of flood. It's a reasonably moderate volume road during other periods of time. There have been requests from the community for a number of years for consideration of its upgrade. It provides an important link, particularly from the Frederington or more so the Columbatti area down into West Kempsey, and does hold a lot of use during flood events for the movement of livestock and other matters. The reason why I put in 3 there, my intention is to raise the profile for the need to upgrade the road, and 3 I've decided would be a good way to do it, because that's the operation or the method that was used to bring to light Point Plummer Road. The original DP included investigating funding or grant funding for Point Plummer Road, which ultimately resulted in that road having grant money allocated and the road being put down for construction and sealing. I would like to see this road raised in priority and brought to the condition of grant funding being made available to expedite the works as soon as possible, hopefully before the next flood event.
Yes,
clarify
General
point 3, Councillor Morris. What you're saying is, if by the time the IPR documents, which we just resolved to go at an exhibition, when they come back in June, if there is no grant funding received by then, that we then seek grant funding. Is that my reading?
Included in the DP for consideration, so that it's formally on council's radar that this is a high priority road. That's exactly what we did for Point Plummer.
Yeah.
The
the wording is that the pursuant of grant funding for this road be considered for inclusion in the DPOP. If I'm just trying to work through how this would work. So when the report comes back to council in June,
No, different. It's not OP, it's DP.
yeah, it'll still be coming back to council in June. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's the following.
Okay. All right.
So what councillors, can I just clarify what Councillor Morris was talking about is when we sat down to consider the delivery plan, we had a whole range of priorities that we sat down with, and one of them was investigate Point Plummer Road, and that's why it's the delivery plan, not the operational plan that he's talking about here. I had a set.
That gets put in there, but there'll be a new council to consider.
Yes, it's the 4-year delivery plan of that next council.
Yeah.
And to consider it alongside other.
Then so it's prioritised.
other priorities.
Can we also just clarify, if you look at the General Manager's comment, there's the resolution of council from, what was it, May 2019. Probably 2 points there. You've got in point 6, Pipers Creek was your first priority, then Spooners Avenue. What you're saying here is that you're actually changing that, is my reading of it. And the second thing, the point is, I guess, in relation to grant funding that we're actually looking at, in relation to point 4, that we'd be looking at bitumen sealing of gravel road will normally only be considered where more than 75% of the capital cost can be obtained from a grant or residents' contribution. So we'd continue with that philosophy in terms of the grant application. But what you're saying is you're going to put the Spooners ahead of Pipers.
Was that philosophy still continued with Pipers Creek, or was the grant that's applied for at the 75% rate?
Yeah, 100% funded.
Yeah.
So yes, so that philosophy definitely was still considered with Pipers Creek. So yeah.
I'm not saying it should go above Pipers Creek because we've already applied for grant funding for that, but I'm saying that we should affirm that Spooners Avenue is a high priority and that we should be trying to expedite its construction as soon as possible. There may even be some flood damage, or not flood damage, but flood economic recovery funds available that might facilitate that being done.
Actually, excuse me, that was my question. Do we get any funding for the rehabilitation from the flood?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The money related to natural disaster provisions only provides for repair of the asset. So you're basically restoring the asset to its original condition. But given it's a gravel road, you simply could not get funding through natural disaster provisions to seal the road.
Not seal it, but we may get some money to make it a little bit more user-friendly for now.
Well, yeah, through Madam Mayor, all that you would potentially get would be to repair scouring, potential loss of gravel, where that has clearly been caused by the flooding event.
We'll go back to, so we've had a mover and we've had a seconder. The mover's spoken. I have questions. But I'll take them in this order. I had Councillor Saul and then Councillor Horval, and then I'll take Councillor Patterson, and that's about what I've got. I think you had yours on first, actually. But it doesn't matter. We'll go in that order. Councillor Saul, Councillor Horval, then Councillor
Thank you,
Patterson.
Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, the GM spoke just previously about our priorities, and we did have Pipers Creek, Spooners Avenue, and then Pipers Creek and Clonbuddy Road, Smiths Creek and First Lane. So just to clarify, if this is to be adopted in its present form, is Pipers Creek then put in second or third place, or how does it actually work so we understand what we're talking about?
Can we have the list actually put in repeated in the motion so we can actually see the prioritisation?
It's in the report. It's actually in the council report. My understanding of what council's past resolutions and what Councillor Morris has outlined is that no, the order wouldn't change, but it does highlight the significance of Spooners, is my understanding of what Councillor Morris is saying. So Pipers Creek would still be 1, Spooners would still be 2, but it's actually elevating this to say, make sure we keep this in line with, which is in line with the 2019 resolution you already have on your books.
So we're endorsing business as usual, as usual.
Okay,
Just in relation to Mr. Councillor Baxter's comment, we apply for grants when they become available. When the grant becomes available, the criteria for this is it has to be at least 75% of the capital cost covered by the grants. When there's a grant opportunity come for that, as in it has with Pipers, we've applied for that. When the next one comes up, we then apply for Spooners.
okay. Councillor Horval, question?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. I'd like to ask a question of, Director Fish, because it's an engineering issue. We've been told that the load limit on the bridge across the North Coast Railway line was doubled. New signs were put up just recently. Did council have any input into assessing that?
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, the assessment was undertaken through the John Holland Rail in collaboration with Transport for New South Wales, I understand. We did get a notice from them recently of their intended changes, and the suggestion that it's increasing is not necessarily fully correct. It depends on the axle loading. So I'm just going to read the changes that are being made. So the load limit assessment has concluded that the current load rating of the bridge, 6 tonne per single axle, 7 tonne per tandem axle, 7.5 tonne per triaxle, needs to be changed to 4 tonne per single axle. So that's reduced. And then the other two have increased, 12 tonne per tandem axle, 15 tonne per triaxle, in order to maintain the safety of bridge users. So that's the changes that have been made.
So the council have not had to provide any engineering input to that decision?
I would expect it's John Holland Rail have done the assessments of it. It is their asset. It's not a council asset.
Okay. So if we get funding and further along the track we get the grant and it's going to be sealed, would that bridge have to be upgraded and widened to cater for the new road, or would it still be left as is?
Well, certainly given it's not our asset, we wouldn't be incorporating the project. We would potentially advocate for the improvement of that bridge should the road be sealed, but ultimately that would likely be a decision for the relevant rail authority.
Rail Corp, yeah, okay, thank you. That would proceed with that then. Thank you very much, Mr. Director Fish.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just a couple of questions. I just wonder if we actually have an estimated cost on a sealing of the road, because we're talking about 70% grant funding, possible counter contributions and possible resident contributions, which could be made under Section 94 part payments, because I know there has been a lot of development, a lot of subdivisions out there. Have we got any estimate, ballpark of anything of the, what is it, approximately 6 kilometres?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Within that report to Council in May 2019, we actually detailed some approximate costs for each of the projects. So Spooners Avenue for the 5.3 kilometres was listed at $2.5 million. That's a high-level costing. Detailed costings would need to occur through any development process for the project, but it's based on an arbitrary rate per kilometre.
So the actual amount that would be needed, if we could get grant funding, where are we going? You know, we're probably, what's the sums on that? Are we short 500,000?
75% of 25.
Are you referring to at 75%?
Yeah.
That calculation? Yeah. So if you were seeking a grant of 75%, you'd be seeking a grant of 1.875 million.
Yeah.
Ultimately, council would need to find the source of that shortfall, and that would be at the expense of other projects within forward programs.
My question is, what is approximately the Section 94 contributions in that area?
That would be very minimal.
Yeah.
You may be talking tens of thousands, that's all.
Right. And would it not progress up the list a little bit more because of the reason of the use for flood, because of the amount of traffic that actually has to use it when the town is cut off by Eden Street and Belgrave Street, because then that's the only access out. Is that any way brought into the methodology of bringing it up the list for being sealed, say in front of Pipers Creek Road?
Yes.
For safety.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the key criteria that were considered when we looked at the priority list, and just reading from the report from 2019, which used a Roads and Maritime Services, now Transport New South Wales, Rural Roads Project Assessment Rating Model, taking into account road usage, school bus routes, road condition and geometry, road safety, connectivity to the road network in terms of missing links in the sealed road network, number of occupied properties, and benefits realised from capital cost investment. It certainly wasn't directly considered at the time of writing that report. It is obviously well known that it is a route that provides obviously great assistance in those times. I guess you need to weigh up the frequency at which those type of events occur, and have that in your consideration as well. It was, as a result of that report, it was prioritised to number 2. If you were seeking to elevate it, you would need to have some rationale to rate it more highly than Pipers Creek Road.
Okay.
Last question, Madam Mayor, if I may, very briefly.
Yes, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, it was pointed out by the Director that if this were to be pursued, we'd need to find something to take out. Does Council have any idea what could remove to facilitate such an action?
Madam Mayor, that would be something that the council would discuss at the time. That should this be secured, or putting in for the grant, we'd be looking at what would potentially be able to be pulled from the existing program.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Councillor.
The wording in this motion affirms Spooners Avenue as a high priority road for upgrading that needs construction and upgrading. Is that actually still, would council staff still, does that change the prioritisation? I know we've discussed it, but I've got to get it in my head. Does it change the prioritisation that is currently here because it's currently second in priority? So is it not already a high priority road for upgrading because it's number 2? I would think number 2 road in our whole shire is by definition highly prioritised already.
Through Madam Mayor, I don't believe the wording that's on the screen will change staff's actions based on the resolution of the roads from the report that's actually from 2019.
Okay.
We changed the last word upgrade to construction and ceiling.
Yep. So point 1 affirms what is already.
And so does 2 and 3, doesn't it? Because isn't that what we do? Go and get grants for roads. So what are we actually achieving by moving this recommendation? Because it's already a prioritised road at number 2.
Do I have any, where are we at? We've had, so far the only speaker really has been the mover. Yes, you've got a question.
Just in answering Councillor McGinn there, I think it was highlighted earlier that given it's a flood access road and given it was an essential road during the floods and tapping into possible recovery money was mentioned, I think, there's the high priority is it was the access road for the town during the flood, as against any other road that we might be looking to tar. I know there's a long list of roads we're looking to tar.
Your question, Councillor.
No, I'm answering. I'm responding to Councillor McGinn's point. That isn't it just business as usual?
At this point.
I don't think it is.
At this point,
business as usual.
you can speak for or against, or you can ask a question.
Well, I think I'm speaking for.
We've already had a speaker for. Before you can speak for or again, we'll have to have a speaker against.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Speak against.
She asked a question.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes,
believe
Councillor.
Councillor McGinn was speaking against it in the tone.
I'm just asking a question, Chair.
Can you have the question, please, Councillor?
Does Councillor McGinn know that earlier in this discussion it was mentioned that Spooners Avenue was the access road for the town during the severe flood that we just had? That's the question.
Would you like to answer that? Because I don't believe the General Manager could answer what was
I
that,
think I
Councillor
can
McGinn
answer
thinks.
that. Firstly, it's correct. We had a moderate flood. The record was a moderate. It was significant and certainly had significant impacts on many, many people. The only change in this is item 3 would actually see this listed in the DP. We all recognise Spooners as one of the key routes in floods, and that it certainly is a high priority for council. It sits at number 2 on the list at the moment. So we will continue to pursue grants as we have, as we have with pipers, and we continue to pursue that for spooners once pipers has actually been sealed in line with the previous council resolution. If council wishes to change that order, then they need to be very clear that they're changing that order to make us change what we're actually doing at the moment. So in effect, this notice of motion doesn't do anything other than place it in the DP. Our actions would still be as per the previous resolution of council.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is to council that if we were to we're obviously looking at this as a long-term basis because of cost, but if we were to break it up into 2 kilometre pieces and reduce the cost of tarring at each piece, surely that may bring it further forward in the plan. Like if we done 2 kilometres, 2 kilometres, 2 kilometres, then the whole thing's done, i.e. plumbers out at Crescent Head, just to be able to get an action going on the actual road.
The key element is actually securing the funding. Clearly, councils, if you've just adopted your IPR documents, it clearly shows a significant deficit for the organisation. We will, as per the previous resolution of council, continue to pursue grants actively for the gravel roads in line with that priority area, which is Pipers Creek, then Spooners. Pipers Creek we've got an application in for now. So we'll continue to do that. Even if you do it 2 by 2 by 2, you still have to find those extra funds and we still have to go for the grant. So we'd be far better to go for a grant for the whole thing, hoping we might get all of it, or we may be able to negotiate backwards from there.
I haven't. Yes. Is there any dissent from the motion?
I can abstain. It's a nonsense motion because it's not changing anything from business as usual.
You don't need to speak. You just need to abstain. So is there any dissent from the motion?
Business as usual.
Okay. Got 2 abstentions. The recommendation has gone through. We need to now. Yes, I was just going to. I now have to move a procedural motion because in our code of meeting practice, if we're going to extend this council meeting beyond 1 o'clock, we need to agree to do that. We have a luncheon that's programmed for 1, which will go from 1 till 2, allowing time to go and come back and be served. So we would resume the meeting at 2:30. So that is, well, by the time we go and get back and set up our stuff. So I need to have the procedural motion agreed by councillors that we will extend this meeting beyond 1 o'clock. So we agree to do that. It can't go beyond 4, but it will be extended beyond 1. Okay, is there any abstention from that? Okay, well, we're going to extend, it would seem. So that's been carried, and at 1 o'clock we'll adjourn. Okay, so we're now back to 9.3. Oh no, sorry, 9.4. We go backwards.
9.4.
Which is the planning proposal, Kempsey CBD flood planning. There is a recommendation, and thank you, councillor. Is there a seconder? Were you seconding? Councillor Horval had his hand up. Do you wish to speak, councillor?
After the briefing we got last night from the town planner, Marnie Jeffrey, it was very, very well explained what the need for the planning proposal is, and I look forward to the support of my fellow councillors.
Councillor
Just a question, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councillor Hawthorne.
In point 5, it talks about taking the necessary steps to exhibit the planning proposal. Do we have to mention there the time period? Is it going to be 28 days, 4 years, whatever?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, that'll be statutory requirements in that regard for this particular item, so you don't need to explicitly list it.
But do you know how long it would be?
I would expect it to be 28 days, I think. I'll clarify that for you, but
no, that's fine. There is a time period. Thanks.
Any dissent? No dissent. Thank you, councillors. That's been carried. 9 point. Yeah, we've got time. 9.5, which is the Kempsey Shire LGA Coastal Zone Tidal Inundation Study and Coastal Vulnerability Mapping. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Baxter. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor McGinn. Your light's not on. You don't wish to speak. Councillor...
I have a slight amendment, Madam Mayor.
And your amendment is?
After that first part of the recommendation, add to it, Council notes with concern the projections that sea level rise will be 0.4 metres by 2050 and 0.9 metres by 2100. I'm saying Council notes with concern the projection that sea level rise will be 0.4 metres by 2050 and 0.9 metres by 2100.
Do I have a seconder? You can do whatever you like, Councillor. We've now got an amendment. You don't have. You can either accept it into your recommendation. And Councillor Hall, who seconded that? You don't have the right. So we now have this. So Councillor Hall will, Councillor Baxter is happy to take that in. So
I'm going to make the amendment to go back to the original motion, please.
Thank you. So there's now an amendment to go back to the original motion.
And just, Madam Mayor, just in relation to Councillor Horville's amendment, or what was accepted by Councillor Baxter, those measurements are actually in the body of the report as well, and they are state government guidelines.
Oh, they're already in the report.
Of course they are. So do you still wish to do? They're in the report.
And when these events don't actually happen, the whole idea, I believe, so that as in 5 years we have another study again, or 10 years, and
we need to
get estimates for the.
We need to get back to the process. We have of our meeting. We have Councillor Baxter's moved the motion. Councillor Horville moved an amendment that Councillor Baxter decided that he would like to include that into his motion. Councillor McGinn has moved an amendment. I need to take Councillor McGinn's amendment. Do you have a seconder for your amendment, which is to go back to the original motion? Thank you, Councillor Shields. So you may speak to your amendment.
Well,
hang on. Yes, you can. Who spoke to the Councillor Baxter? Did you speak to your original motion? Would you like to speak to your motion before I break protocol and get Councillor, so that I don't break protocol and get Councillor McGinn to speak first?
Very quickly, I'd like to recommend this report. It gives a clarion call to the Valley to be aware of future hazards. We've already suffered some serious storm surges down at Crescent Head. I think washed away a very expensive bridge recently. And these sort of natural variations, natural changes that are occurring need to be taken on board. It's simply that. It's a wonderful thing for the council to get this research done and to tap into state and federal reports on climate change, etc., and take on board just beware. It will affect zoning. It will affect costs. I can't remember. I don't know whether that bridge at Crescent Head was insured or not.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. So, Councillor McGinn, we now have an amendment in front of us,
Yes.
which is the original recommendation, which is part one of Councillor Baxter's recommendation.
So I agree with really everything that Councillor Baxter has said, and it's really important to have this mapping and to understand the hazards that are looming. I just think it's irresponsible to pull out a small segment of all of that significant information and highlight that. I think we want to see them all together and they perform a picture that is very useful for the planning department, but I'm uncomfortable with bringing out one single highlighted item. And that's the only reason why I would prefer to have the more generalised recommendation as the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor McGinn. Councillor Hawthorne.
I'll speak against the amendment, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, if I may. The overall thing that's coming out in this report is that we have to plan for the future and the changes that are coming. And they're not just changes that might happen in the next couple of years, it's changes that are going right through to as specified in the report, to 2100 or 2100, so at the end of this century, so 2100. It's a long-term plan and we've got to know what's going to happen. And the government has required each council area with the shoreline to come up with these plans. And we have done that, and we have to commend the staff for doing such a fantastic job on it and getting all that information together. But it's got to be put in the context of the fact that we have rising sea levels, and it's not me saying that. It's the state government saying that. It's NASA saying that. It's the Department of Meteorology in Australia, Bureau of Meteorology. All of it is saying we've got sea rise coming at us and we have to plan. It's not going to be much of our problem now, but we have to be concerned about the future and future council staff and future generations having to move homes, have to change, having to put in new roads that are flood-free or above water level. And it's a very big concern to me that we can't acknowledge that we have a problem in the future that's coming at us. It's not a fiction, and it's not a matter of I believe there's no climate change. You can't say that. It's a belief, that's a religion. Facts, that's science. I'm sticking with the science, and science says these things are going to happen into the future. So I'm asking you to defeat the amendment and go with Councillor Baxter's original motion.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see any lights on. Is there any dissent on the amendment? Okay. I have the casting vote. I'm going to do it again. What we have in front of us is the amendment of Councillor McGinn's.
Which is the original recommendation.
So is there anyone that dissents from the amendment? Is there anyone that doesn't agree with the amendment? So the amendment is being passed. Is lost. I'm sorry. The amendment is lost. We now go back to the original motion, which is Councillor Baxter's motion. So is there any dissent on?
Can I just ask a question, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'd just like to ask a question. When do we anticipate this study to be finalised and reported back to council? Some of the maps there are quite scary, particularly the one that's all hazards, or the coastal hazard mapping area, the vulnerability area. So when are we? What's the program for the execution of this study?
Through Madam Mayor, the maps that have been done obviously feed into the subsequent steps as part of the coastal management program. Those steps 3 to 5. In conjunction with that, we'll certainly be looking at the our planning instruments, which will bring some of this mapping into effect, and also have the associated planning controls. The time frames probably to get to the I guess the end of the coastal management program are probably 2 years, maybe marginally more than that. I'd expect I guess the planning framework side of things, potentially in the latter part of next year. That's sort of a rough timeline at this point in time.
So we now have the motion, which is Councillor Baxter's motion, which was seconded by Councillor McGinn, which was the normal motion recommendation with an additional point. Do I have any dissent from the recommendation? Okay, so it's been carried. Thank you, councillors.
I think Ron Kemsley did a wonderful report there. He's to be commended.
The meeting is adjourned now till 2:30. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. We are now resuming the meeting. It is 2:30. We now have apologies for the rest of the meeting from Councillor Sue McGinn and Councillor Anna Shields, who aren't joining us for the rest of the meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Is there any dissent? There's no dissent. So we accept that they're not going to be here. We'll move on to 9.3, which is the integrated planning. Oh no, we've done that. 9.6, sorry.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion
And the procedural motion is?
that we defer 9.6 until the June council meeting.
There is a procedural motion to defer it.
I'd love to be able to speak to it, but it's not allowed, I guess.
You do need a seconder. It's been seconded. It has been seconded, but we'll just make sure that that's what has to happen, I think. It does, from memory. Yes, councillor. I need to ask you for your reasons.
Madam Mayor, yes, I would like to defer it because there have been major problems with the Kempsey Shire website, and according to the background information, it was advertised on the council website for 28 days, and I haven't been able to find lots of things on there that should be easily be found. So I think there's a problem with the beta website. So I would suggest it be re-advertised and put in the Argus as well, which it was not done. I couldn't find it, Madam Mayor, and I think if we're going to say we're advertising as required by the legislation, we should have open access by all people who want to visit the website, and the website is in beta mode still.
Through you, Madam Mayor, our understanding the website certainly is functioning. We've certainly had no complaints or very few complaints. There's certainly information being updated regularly.
You're correct. You're absolutely correct. But yeah, correct. So it's up to everybody to decide whether they're going to accept that or not. Okay, I'm going to put the procedural motion. All in favour? Is there any dissent from the procedural motion? The procedural motion has been not accepted.
I moved that way, Madam Mayor, for 9.6.
Thank you, councillor. Do I have a seconder?
Second that.
Thank you, councillor Saul. Do you wish to speak, councillor?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Business as usual.
You have a question, councillor Horval?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I guess it's a decision of council staff, but why aren't these sorts of things put in the Argus as well as on the website? Is there a particular reason why that doesn't happen?
Thank you,
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. There's no requirement for that to go in the Argus anymore. In terms of the notification of that, it all goes on our website, Councillor Horval, and or on your say MACLEAY. And so any of those documents that are on exhibition, people can access them through those means. My understanding is, I'm just seeking clarification at the moment, is that was up on your say MACLEAY page, but I'll get confirmation of that. And as the General Manager said, there's been no known issues as far as we're aware.
Well, I can tell you that the issues when I tried to access the development applications. So very quickly, would it be possible for not only it to be put on the website, but be put on the Your Say MACLEAY as notifications every time, so that people who visit Your Say MACLEAY will at least have seen that information? And I just wondering if that's possible.
Madam Mayor, my understanding is whenever we put something on public exhibition, it goes on Your Say MACLEAY.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Is there any dissent from the recommendation? There's no dissent from the recommendation. That's been carried. Thank you, councillors. 9.7, the recovery update. Thank you, councillor. Has it been seconded? Thank you, councillor Baxter. The recommendation is that the information be noted. Councillor Horval.
I'll move amendment, Madam Mayor.
Yes, councillor.
I split up the two things. Number one, council notes the information update provided. Two, a further report be provided to May Council on a plan to make people safer in fire zones by promotion of safer houses and infrastructure. I'm sending that to Manager Thorogood now.
Is that standard building, Australian building requirements, Madam Mayor?
Is that that's a question? We haven't got a seconder yet. Have we finished? Is that the amendment?
Yes, that's it.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll read it again. Or
No. It's been lapsed because of no seconder. So we have a recommendation that the information be noted.
Yes.
Is there any dissent from that the information be noted? There's no dissent. Thank you, councillors. We move on to 9.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I don't know. Is that from the email I sent?
No, that's what you read out. Oh, no, sorry, that was from the email you said.
Could it? I just like it to be corrected if possible.
We'll ensure that wording's corrected.
Thank you. 9.8. Oh, it's been moved by councillor Patterson, seconded by councillor Saul. Thank you, councillor Horval. And councillor Morris. I'll take. Do you wish to speak to it first before I take questions, or is there a?
I've got questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay, councillor Horval and then councillor Morris.
Why has the next meeting have to be on a Tuesday? Why couldn't it be moved to Wednesday the 23rd or Thursday the 24th?
We've tried to, through you, Madam Mayor, we've tried to keep it on the Tuesday. The timing of when the Mayor or I may get back from the NGA, depending on what other things actually occur in Canberra, means it's very difficult. It actually runs to the 23rd anyway, the General Assembly. So we wouldn't be back on the Wednesday.
Right.
So then pushing it to later in the week. It also, I guess, one of the other side benefits of this, it actually allows us that extra week in terms of pulling together all the comments and feedback we might have on the IPR documents and do a little bit more work on the budget, given the impacts that we've had with the floods and that as well. So it buys us a little bit of extra time in that way.
My second question is, do we need to make an amendment, Mr. General Manager, or through you, Madam Mayor, to authorise attendance?
No, there's no need to authorise attendance that I'm aware of.
Okay, so when we go to, the reason I ask that is when we go to the Local Government New South Wales conference, we authorise who goes. This is a conference too, and I thought maybe we just need to have that amendment in there.
My understanding, this is the National General Assembly, and it's certainly been accepted practice here for I don't know how long that the Mayor and the General Manager actually attend that.
We only get one vote at this meeting. Just one.
Okay.
Councillor Morris.
Could I ask another question, Madam Mayor? I presume you'll be getting updates on why Alga's not on the National Cabinet. I hope you're pursuing that.
That's one of the things. I think for just as way of commentary, this National Assembly, and we haven't always gone. Sometimes we have, sometimes we haven't, but we've made it a practice to re-engage and keep going, because I have a feeling that this is going to be one of the most important and significant ALGAs that in recent times, because of COVID and because of where the budget's going and because of our standing within the National Cabinet. And it'll be very, very important that we're there to exercise our vote. Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to move a very simple amendment, and that is before the recommendation that is there, and I know that it was explained that we probably don't need a rescission motion, but to be technically correct in accordance with the meeting practice, I'd like to move that council rescind the decision of the meeting of the 16th of February to vary the council meeting date to the 22nd of June, and then that council resolves to have the meeting on the 29th of June.
So, no, it's just administratively, I think.
Yeah, to actually rescind, you actually need a formal rescission motion with 3 signatures.
Okay. Alrighty. So
without a rescission motion, technically we shouldn't be varying it in accordance with 17.3.
We vary other decisions of council without formally rescinding them. So yeah, as we explained before, the main philosophy behind the rescission motions is to ensure that there's enough notice given for people to do that. This was on the agenda. It's been advertised. So yeah, I don't believe that there will be any issues with actually making this resolution.
Again, I think that's just up to whether it's a majority decision of council. So we have an amendment, which is to rescind it, which we can't really do because we need.
You can't actually accept that as an amendment because it's needs 3 signatures on the form. So yeah, technically it's not a legal amendment.
So we'd have to go down that path and then we'd have to advertise it. So it'd have to come back to next council meeting or thereabouts. And will it change
Next
the
council
result?
meeting would need 3 signatures on it because it'll be
No,
after the
that's
3
correct.
months.
And then by then it's probably too late for us to make arrangements. And is it going to change any result of anything? Anyway, so we can't take that amendment. So we're back to the original motion. Is there any dissent on the motion? Well, I don't know. No, there's not. It's been carried. Thank you, councillors. 9.9.
Move that way.
Well, you got in first. I was going to ask. I was just going to ask the director if he just wanted to introduce the report because some of those figures are quite well, they're very good for where we are at this time this year to where we were this time last year. But we have a mover and we have this second.
Definite director, if possible, please.
And I put him on the spot because he didn't know I was going to ask that. But sometimes we flick over some of the really important things that are worth noting.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's just worthwhile noting from this report that the development levels are continuing to sustain at a higher level. So last year's 2019-20 figure there of 50.1 million was quite a lot of obviously activity in terms of approvals for the year. And similarly this year we're at 52.5 million for the 9 months year to date. So there's a lot of activity happening in the Shire, a lot of obviously proponents obviously preparing land for development, and obviously we're seeing quite a bit of activity actually happening on the ground as well. So a lot of DAs coming in. You can see the number of dwellings that have been approved through that process, and the report, as usual, also outlines the variations to the KLEP that have been required in the last quarter.
That's a significant amount of work that's been undertaken and benefit to the community. Part of the reason I wanted you to highlight that was when we were looking at our delivery plan and our OP, it states, and what the state government has said, that the population growth and where our Shire is going is stagnant and it's not highlighted or set to grow, which limits us a lot in the funding that and the within the region where we're positioned. But we've never let that determine what our vision is. And this just goes to show that we are bucking that trend and we are saying, well, you can limit us by saying that, but that's not in reality. That's not what we planned for the Shire, and actually that's not what's happening. So Councillor Hall would like to ask a question.
Yes, Madam Mayor. In recent times, you get all sorts of stories going around. And one of the development applications that is very significant that's been talked about recently is a development application for a 60-room hotel at the Southwest Rocks Country Club. Is that development in progress, or is it been submitted? What is the situation with that one? Because it seems like a substantial investment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe it's been lodged, but I will take that on notice and provide advice back to you just to confirm that the requirements of lodgement have been fully fulfilled.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd move an amendment to the motion as well, Madam Mayor.
The amendment?
Add to the noting that any future development application with a value of more than $2.5 million within a week of receipt be conveyed as a summary report to councillors in the confidential councillor briefing.
Do I have a second now? Councillor Morris?
Quickly speaking to it, Madam Mayor, we find out after the fact of big applications and input into our Shire Council economy. And as councillors, I think we should be informed, and it would be a simple thing for the planning staff to say, yeah, this has gone over $2.5 million. We'll just put it in. We've received an application for a $20 million motel at Southwest Rocks, and we will be on the informed side of what's happening. And there's a lot of misinformation out there. We can say, no, it's not been split into 3 development applications. We actually have information that is up to date, but it's confidential for us. So that's why I've moved that amendment, Madam Mayor.
I would like to have, because this has come up and it's not something that I've considered, I would like to hear what the organisation has to say.
It's through Madam Mayor. We'll get Mr. Fish just to give you an update on where we're at, because this links to the actual system we're using and the move to Greenlight.
Thank you, Director Fish.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. We're in the process of firstly moving across through to the e-planning website, which or portal, which all councils are required to do for certain aspects by the middle of the year. In association with that, we're also moving to an internal program for our development application process, which would be via a system called Greenlight. Once we've got that implemented, our ability to report on DAs will be greatly enhanced, and we'd look to do resume reporting via the councillor bulletin at that time, which you'll get visibility of what's coming in once that's in place.
So just quickly, would this report be able to be implemented if we ask for it to be done today? Would it be able to be put in the councillor briefing?
As it stands at the moment, it's I guess a considerable amount of manual work. Mind you, are only referring to larger development applications there, which obviously there's not a huge number that would exceed the $2.5 million. That can ultimately be done if councillors request that to occur. But as I've mentioned, once we have Greenlight in place, we'll be looking at resuming the DA reporting that we were doing to councillors previously.
Question, Madam Mayor, what time frame will that take for greenlighting?
Well, we're doing that in parallel with the e-planning website. So it's essentially at a point of user acceptance testing for aspects of the program that we've progressively rolled out. There's a number of different parts to it. It's one of the initial focuses is around development activity. The only thing I've just in reading the motion there, I guess, just understanding what the intent of it is in that council officers have delegated authority where to determine DAs. I guess what would be the outcome sought in reporting those to councillors for their information?
Well, to be informed, Director.
Can I just ask how this would differ from what we have done, what you're doing at the moment, which is weekly as it comes up, reporting in the council newsletter as opposed to the monthly briefing? How would this information differ?
No, what I've just said, we'll be resuming that once we have green light back in place, which will automate that reporting. At the moment, it would be manual, which is quite time consuming for staff. And as you can see through the DA numbers, they're very large. So, and there's a lot of work in the background happening around the green light implementation. So once that's in place, we'd be looking to resume. We could potentially do it through the bulletin rather than a confidential report for those developments that are over $2.5 million. Councillor, you may want to consider an amendment to that rather than via the confidential report through a bulletin item.
Which is what you did with
in
the
the past,
Southwest, which is what you've done in the past, which is how we got the Southwest Rocks information and other informations that we've been given, and we're given that more timely actually than if we have to wait a month to a council briefing session. Maybe or maybe not, depending. But we do get the information in a council newsletter. At the moment, that's how we're getting it.
Where we get significant developments, we'll seek to put those to you, and which wouldn't be all developments over $2.5 million, but obviously if council would make a resolution, then we'd obviously need to do that.
Thank you.
Would I ask, Madam Mayor, may I ask Director Fisher if you suggest a different amount of money? That was just off the top of my head. I'm just looking for us to be aware of major developments coming into our show.
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, it's just a matter of where that, what you referred to the confidential councillor briefing, is that referring to the
weekly update? I'm sorry, the bulletin. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so ultimately it's up to obviously councillors to determine it. As I said, most of our DAs are obviously below that number, but a lot of subdivisions and larger scale building works would trigger that. But it's ultimately up to councillors to resolve what they're wishing to see.
Right, I'll leave it at that then. Thank you. Yeah, could you change it to councillor update? Thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment, which includes item number 2. Is there any dissent on the amendment? Okay, the amendment's been passed. It becomes a motion. Any dissent on the motion? It's been carried. Statement of cash and investment, that the information be noted. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Thank you, Councillor Baxter. No one's light on. There must have been a question. It was taken out. Don't know why. Any dissent? No. It's been carried. Thank you, councillors. 10.1, the delegates report from the Government New South Wales Annual Conference, and the recommendation is that we note the information provided. This is just the report of what happened at the conference. It was a virtual conference this time round. It only went for a day. There was one keynote speaker, which was Shane Fitzsimmons. Then there was the announcement of the Blewett Award. Then we went into the business papers. There's a link there to all the items that were passed at the conference. I believe there's a link there, or there should be. Yes, there's a record of decisions, and the winners of the Blewett Award were announced as being Queen Bian and Bellingen, and this is just an update for councillors so that they will be able to look at the.
I second that if it hasn't been seconded before.
Well,
results. Okay. Councillor Horval.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You've got down that you were represented, and well, the 2 voting delegates, as well as the general manager, during the online conference. Besides myself, which was it's a very riveting conference to sit and watch a computer screen. Do you know of any other councillors who were taking part.
I'm not aware of any others that registered. You registered by yourself, my understanding was.
And you and Councillor Morris managed to move an amendment or a motion that changed?
We did what was, we were, I think there was 2 that were put up, or was there 3 that we put up ourselves from Kempsey?
Yes.
Yes. But anyone, and I'm sure you're aware because you watched it, anyone else that didn't, they
Well done.
didn't know. And all the results of those recommendations are outlined in the
Madam-
link that's provided that shows what was moved and adopted at the conference.
Yeah, I am aware of the rules about delegates' reports, Madam Mayor, but is there any way that you or the General Manager can convey to the Mayor and councillors and staff of Bellingen Shire Council?
That's
our
already been
congratulations?
done. That's already been done.
This is quite wonderful that they got the award. It's in our local neighbourhood. Thank you.
That was done the following week, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is there any dissent on the recommendation? Your light's still on, Councillor. There's no dissent. That's been carried. 10.3. The damaged traffic island, Councillor Town Centre, Councillor Hall, Morris.
Madam Mayor, I attempted to move an amendment to the local traffic committee. I was told it was new business and I'd need to move a notice of motion. Subsequently, to ask that information be provided, I've subsequently moved that notice of motion. A lot of the traffic splitter islands and the pedestrian crossing facilities have had damage for a long period of time, do present a hazard to both motorists and pedestrians, and I think it would be a good idea if the councillors were made aware as to when those facilities are likely to be repaired.
Thank you, Councillor Hawthorne.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question, please, of the staff?
Yes.
Any of this damage to traffic island able to be claimed under flood reconstruction?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yeah, highly unlikely. It's the great majority of that damage would be prior to floods.
Can I ask a question, please, of the Director or through the General Manager? How much time and work would be involved in receiving a report on this? And is it listed as one of our priorities?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as outlined within the General Manager's comment, there is a program of works in development there to commence. Ultimately, it would be just the time in preparing that particular report, so there might be a few hours staff time. But as alluded to there is that we're already commencing with that program in any case.
So we're already doing what's being said here. There's nothing in here that we're not actually doing. Can you clarify that for me?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the big difference is that the councillors aren't necessarily being advised when the work will be carried out. There's no suspense date on that. It would be nice to know when the program's been determined what it's going to, how long it's going to take to do.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, we can provide a councillor's update on that.
Yeah. And so this has gone to the Traffic Committee. The Traffic Committee would be no longer involved in it. It came from the Traffic Committee, so they would get an updated as well, so it would come back to council that way. Would that be right? Is that how it works?
If it remains on the Traffic Committee agenda, it would be carried forward there, but it is noted there that it's not what would be considered a routine Traffic Committee meeting, so it may well have been raised there, but may not be tracked going forward, given it's of no real relevance to that committee's function.
Do you wish to speak, councillor? Is there any dissent on the motion? Which is really difficult because I'm just going to abstain. I'm abstaining from voting on this, which means that we'll probably get a tied vote, which is not what I wanted to do. But I really have difficulty justifying doing business and why would we bring out this as something we're already doing as opposed to some other things that are also really important, but we're already doing it. So it's business as usual. I know. Oh, that's right.
I'll dissent.
You can't really change, councillor. No, we can't do that.
Why not?
Because the next minute of the meeting would, when we get to the next meeting, and the minutes are put up, there will be another 10-minute probably debate on around process. So I have the casting vote on this at this point, and my casting vote is the way that I voted before.
Was an abstention, but you can't actually abstain. I don't
Which is
believe.
well,
Which
if
is
you
a vote
abstain,
against.
which is a vote against, so I voted against it, which means that the notice of motion hasn't been carried. 10.4, request the speed zone review, Bernard Street, Gladstone. There is a recommendation.
Madam Mayor, I know this has been requested for a speed zone school zone before, which hasn't been supported.
Before you speak, I need a seconder. Thank you, councillor. Thank you, councillor Hall.
It is some time since then. I find it quite strange that we actually have a school that has got a low fence and an open gate that children actually come out of. And we've got very good cover of view for the children to not be seen by motorists that are travelling along at a 60 km/h speed zone. If a child was hit at 60 km/h, their chances of survival is about 10%. If they were hit at 40, their chances of survival are about 20%. Chances of fatality is about 20%, so 80% chance of survival. I also believe that if you compare Barnard Street in Gladstone to many other residential areas or urban areas within our local government area, there are very few that have residential properties down both sides of the road that have a 60 km/h speed zone. I believe that there should be a 50 km speed zone for the length of the residential area or the urban area within Gladstone. And on that basis, I ask that that be reviewed so that there is some consistency with other towns across the local government area. It would also mean that there would be a reduction in signage because we would no longer have to have signs up to say that part of Gladstone is a 50k zone, and we wouldn't need as many speed zone signs as we currently have to facilitate a 50k zone for the entire area of Gladstone.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, certainly, and then I've got a question.
Just a question I could ask for the general manager if he could answer me. If I wanted to bring something up for a speed zone review for a traffic intersection issue, would I not contact the traffic committee or the traffic committee members and bring it forward to the traffic committee?
Through you, Madam Mayor, councillors have a range of options with those sorts of things, and certainly they can do that, but they also have the liberty to bring them up as a notice of motion.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, councillor.
Madam Mayor, do we have any numbers stating how often this back entrance is used? So we actually know how often students or the public are using the back gate to access the main road?
Through Madam Mayor, no, we don't.
Madam
What I would refer you to, though, is the General Manager's comments in the report itself, which do relate back to 2018. They're a couple of years old. However, we don't believe the numbers at the school have changed.
Thank you.
I'm a bit confused about this notice of motion because the recommendation is that the council request the local traffic committee to undertake the formal review. So we're saying, local traffic committee, you undertake the formal review, and then when we get that, that will determine how the thinking is on this. But in the background, it clearly shows a view of the outcome that was wanted. So are we asking them for a review, or are we telling them what we think in the background should be the result, which isn't in the recommendation, but from the background material that I've got to read, that's what it's telling me. So when I then go to the general manager's comments, we did approach, well, the Transport New South Wales approached council on the 6th of November 2018 with a request to prepare a plan for the subject 40 kilometres school zone. So Transport New South Wales told us to do that. Council prepared a plan and submitted the same to Transport for New South Wales for their assessment. Then Transport New South Wales advised the 25th of November 2019 that they no longer support the proposal for the following reasons. So they've already determined that they don't support the proposal. Based on the pedestrian count, I feel it would be difficult to get drivers to reduce speed from 60 kilometres to 40 kilometres to achieve compliance. Also, when you factor in the low pedestrian count and with the school buildings fronting Tozer Street and the oval fronting Barnard Street, a driver would not expect to see a school. So therefore, we have the option to resubmit the request. And when we resubmit the request, will we get the same answer back, or do we resubmit the request with the outcome that is in the background as what we want to achieve? The Traffic Committee Council can only recommend a review. It is noted that there has been no material change to the location since 2019, however, meaning the likelihood of a different outcome is low, which doesn't mean we can't request it.
Madam Mayor, may I speak on this?
We've had the mover speak. Did we have the mover speak? We did. Did we have a speaker against? Which in actual fact, I guess I did. And Councillor Saw asked a question. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Chair?
So
Councillor Horville wants to say
simple
something.
point, Madam Mayor. When I drive into Kempsey and I drive home from Kempsey, I go past Greenhill Public School and Aldervilla Public School. They both go from 60 to 40, and the traffic complies in front of both schools in school zone time. So I do not understand Traffic New South Wales advice there that would be difficult for drivers to slow to 40 from 60. I see people doing it all the time, and I would suggest that if we do ask for support this submission to Traffic New South Wales, we put in that information and show them that their advice from 25th of November 2019, to put it in the colloquialism, is rubbish. How dare they say that drivers can't slow from 60 to 40 when I do it all the time and a lot of people do.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, no? Councillor Baxter?
Just a question, Chair. On the back of this resubmission, Councillor Morris, are you presenting evidence of accidents or evidence of? Are you addressing what they said when they knocked it back? They said traffic is low, numbers of students is low, and there's no accidents. I mean, are you throwing something in to win them around on this time round?
Madam Mayor, in answer to that, the information that's in the General Manager's comments was not made available to councillors. The previous time it was put up was about 3 or 4 years ago, and it was just that it wasn't accepted.
Because they're just going to give the same.
Can I have a comment, please? No, out of order, Madam Mayor.
Just before you do.
Madam.
Yes, Councillor.
I do feel, I mean, if this has come from the school, that picture paints 1,000 words. Why is the gate open? Why is the fence that high? Why is the school funding not allowed for a a decent height, 1800 height school fence along the back. I think to throw that back at the motorists, while I do believe that safety driving past school zones is exactly what we need and require from our motorists and our public, is how come the school hasn't addressed that before it has come to council? Because to me, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking that picture paints 1,000 words. Why hasn't the school addressed it if it's an issue?
Just one more thing, Chair.
Councillor Baxter, are you speaking for or against asking a question?
I'm coming in on the back of Councillor Patterson's point there. Down at Baker Drive, Crescent Head, there is a tradition that, because there's no actual pedestrian crossing, and it's a tradition for a teacher or a parent to go down with flags, etc., and be the crossing guard at the end of start of school, at the end of school. So just on your point about what's the school doing about it, if the New South Wales traffic, for in their wisdom, are denying us two miserable signs, I think there's other ways around it. Yeah, you can get a teacher or a parent to go down there and be the crossing guard with a stop-go sign, and that's allowed. It must be allowed. They do it at Crescent Head.
Okay, we have a recommendation. Is there any dissent on the recommendation? It's the motion has been defeated. We now go on to 10.5. That's 4. Flood immunity, Crescent Head Road in the vicinity of Rudders Lagoon. Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, I will just move the motion that Council includes the investigation of the options to improve flood immunity in the vicinity of Rudders Lagoon in Council's 21-22 operating plan, and subsequently pursues grant funding to upgrade this section of road. I know it's currently in the program for 23, 24, 25, which may be before or after the next flood. That particular area does get closed more frequently than a lot of other areas and does cause considerable disruption to the Kempsey Adventist School. I'm suggesting we apply for grant funding. I'm not suggesting to try to bring it forward rather than necessarily wait that time. There may not be grant opportunities come up, but I think it would be worthwhile trying to do something there. In a recent flood, we saw a crane needing to be used to lift produce off the bypass on the bridge at Crescent Head Road. This action would alleviate that needing to be done. It would, of course, still cause problems in getting access to Crescent Head at the corduroy, but it would make the resupply to that area a lot easier. And it would also provide access for a lot of people that live between the corduroy and MACLEAY Valley and Rudders Lagoon with access back into Kempsey. I think it's a section of road that we need to be looking at as a higher priority than 23, 24, 24, 25.
Thank you, Councillor. You have a question?
I'd like to speak against it, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, as highlighted in the General Manager's comment, in 2018, I moved that we have a consideration of getting the state government to put in a interchange. And of course, if the interchange had been funded from then, we may already have an interchange. There would have been no need to spend council money on Rudders Lagoon or get funding for Rudders Lagoon because the state government had already put an interchange in. The numbers back there in 2018 were very positive, in my opinion, and if we had supported it, a letter is all I was asking for dissent, and it was voted down. Then it was subsequently voted that we don't ever ask again. It would need someone here to move an amendment to lift that embargo, but as far as I'm concerned, council should be getting the state government to pay for this by putting in the interchange. It had so many positives about it, and we wouldn't have to spend any time or any planning or any part of our staff time on designing raising of Rudders Lagoon, and it'll be all state government money to put it in. So I'm opposed to this idea. We should be getting the state government to do their job with their money.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just ask a question of General Manager? My understanding is from this flood event and in the representations we have been making, one of the things that has been highlighted is access to that overpass. Can you elaborate on that, please?
That's correct. The flood certainly highlighted the need for us to consider how you deal with the community that gets isolated between the Corduroy and Rudders Lagoon, because they were actually isolated for a period of time. And then obviously the resupply into Crescent Head. One of the things we've talked about and will be certainly raised in the feedback sessions when they're held, will be approaching the state government about putting in at least a single lane emergency slip from the freeway up onto the overpass. They could have a gate at the top and bottom, which would allow those to be opened in emergencies to allow emergency vehicles and resupply vehicles access through that area. It wouldn't be, or the perception at the moment certainly wouldn't be, to allow public traffic obviously to flow through there. So it's not a full interchange as Councillor Orville's talking about. It's simply an emergency slip supply line.
Which would actually, we probably have a strong chance of pursuing that argument, which is one of the options.
It's certainly a far cheaper option for the state government than putting in a whole new interchange.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just reading this investigations of options to improve the flood amenity. Well, we've already gone past that in actual fact. Because we're already looking at options we've already started to progress conversations around improved flood amenity rather than waiting for the 21-22 operating plan.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question of Director Fish, if his memory serves better than mine. When we were debating Councillor Orville's motion in November 2018, can you remember, I think, to lift that Rudders Lagoon, the 500 metres of Rudders Lagoon, President Road and floods, I think the estimate was 2.5 million or something like that. Do you remember offhand?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just getting the business papers in front of me from that time.
Well, I'm just thinking along the same lines as Spooners. If the school and Crescent Head Road and Crescent Head gets cut off because of this 500 metres of road flooding, I think, like Spooners, we should lift it to a high priority because, oh Jesus, the cost of that crane lifting the food and the cost that.
Councillor Baxter, do you all understand that we are already progressing ways of alleviating that already? Those conversations are already being had.
I don't think that addresses the school issue, though, Madam Chair. I think the General Manager said it was an emergency road.
I'm with you. So you think that by raising it, then everyone would have access to the school and the school would be open. The schools were closed anyway.
Well, the whole of Crescent Head Road would have access to, I just think it's a very similar argument to the Spooners road. Well, the Corduroy would be I think you'd need a viaduct myself. I don't think you'd have to lift the Corduroy 2 metres.
Let's get back on track, I think. All right. We have a recommendation. We have a, I think we've spoken for and against. I don't see any lights on. I put the...
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
If we
councillor.
were to proceed with an emergency on-off at the Crescent Head Road and the bypass, yes, that would facilitate better resupply to Crescent Head. It's not going to provide improved access for Kempsey Eventer School on the occasions where it floods without a major flood and the school is closed. It also, I don't know how you would facilitate the resupply. I suppose you could set up a site separately if it's emergency services vehicles only for the resupply for people between Rudders Lagoon and the Quarter Road. But there's no shops, there's no places where people would normally go to there. So I suppose you could facilitate that being delivered to them, but there will still be considerable coordination and logistics in providing that support. Whereas if in the longer term, and hopefully reasonably quickly, we can raise Rudders Lagoon, you provide that that capacity to everybody that lives between the Rudders Lagoon and the Quarter Road.
Question.
Yes, councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just
Actually, councillor
Too late?
Morris closed debate. I'll take your question. Technically no, but yes.
No, I'll play by the rules.
Thank you. We've closed debate. Is there any dissent on the recommendation? Thank you, councillors. That's been passed unanimously. We're now on to questions on notice. I will take Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Three small questions, if I may, for your indulgence. Question one. Complaints have been received over a number of loose pavers in Smith Street, Kempsey. Can this matter be investigated and the pavers rectified as required? Question two. The road surface fronting 69 to 77 Barnard Street, Gladstone, has developed sharp edges affecting motorists and the driveway access of the resident. How can safety be improved at this location? Third and final question, Madam Mayor, is a Clyde Street car park amenities block on track for a May 2021 completion?
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you.
Need your light on, so
Sorry, I
you
thought
might
it
be
was
playing.
on.
That's correct.
First question I have is, okay. Have all the levy banks surrounding the town centre, Eden Street and Glenlock Drain, been returned or maintained to their design height? And question two, have any road-based suppliers used by council have any signed contracts for supply and delivery of conforming road base been issued? Question three was, sorry, Madam Mayor. Oh yeah, question three was Bird Street sporting fields. Are they on track and on budget for delivery? Thank you. And what time?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What responses, if any, have been received in relation to the many letters sent by Kempsey Shire Council in requesting local government representation on National Cabinet? What progress is being made in assessing the Willawarren Market Garden development application? Does Council have any plans for installing electric car recharging stations in the central Kempsey area, including the Clyde Street car park presently being refurbished? Will there be any permanent recognition of the $2 million contributed by Kempsey Shire Council and $2 million contributed by the federal government to the construction of the Riverside movies at Kempsey Central inside the complex? What is the dollar amount of saving to the Kempsey Shire Council budget, which, using specific project grants, in part covered staff wages in the 2019-2020 financial year? As committed to, has the General Manager obtained any plans from Ballina Shire Council of the Lennox Head Community Centre and Library to inform council planners on options for the South West Rocks Library and Community Centre? To enable dog owners access, does Kempsey Shire Council have any advocacy role in having gazettal change for the National Park to a regional park south of Richardson's Crossing entrance and south on Killick Beach? What planned improvements to council-wide signage are there any with planned improvements to council-wide signage, are there any plans to inform dog owners with clarity where they may take them for exercise in leased and off-leash areas? Since the opening of the Riverside Movies Complex in Kempsey Central, when has Council utilised its entitlement under the voluntary planning agreement for free usage of the facilities? Is there any update on the state government's consideration process of changing the status of any part of the Kempsey Armadale Road? Thank you.
Councillor Morris.
Madam Mayor, when will council be conducting candidate information sessions for the benefit of community members that may be considering nominating for a position as a councillor in the local government election, which is scheduled for the 4th of September 2021? Does the parcel of land known as Lot 2 Phillip Drive, South West Rocks, have an approved development application? If the response to question 2 is yes, what is the scope of works approved by this development approval? What was council's investment in undertaking repairs, maintenance and/or improvements to the kiosk at Horseshoe Bay, South West Rocks? What was council's investment in the fit out of the kiosk at Horseshoe Bay, South West Rocks? What is the term of the lease for the operation of the kiosk at Horseshoe Bay, South West Rocks between council and the South West Rocks Country Club? Is there any option to extend this lease? Was a formal expression of interest for the lease of the kiosk at Horseshoe Bay, South West Rocks undertaken prior to executing a lease with the South West Rocks Country Club? If not, why not? Given the answer to question 6 in relation to currency and accuracy on as council's website is updated, why does the section on council committees, which appears to be in the new format, include Councillor Horville as a member of the General Manager's Performance Review Panel? Why is the Natural Resources Working Group included as a council committee?
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. One question. Can council investigate the benefits of using recycled plastic in the construction of footpaths and roads in our valley?
Thank you, Councillor. We now need to have a motion to move into confidential matters. Thank you, Councillor Horville. Do I have a seconder?
Second that.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Is there any dissent to move into confidential? There's none. Thank you, Ruby, and thank you, Mr. Pearson, for sticking with us till the end.
Okay, in relation to the two resolutions taken in closed session, for item 11.1 legal matters, council resolved that the information be noted. For item 11.2 TQE 20/33 refurbishment of Stewart's Point Reservoir, council resolved that council accept the lump sum tender submitted by Raised Machinery Painting Proprietary Limited, trading as RMP Abrasive Blasting, for the refurbishment of the Stewart's Point Reservoir for a sum of $509,471 GST inclusive, in accordance with the tender submission and the tender documentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Thorogood. We now come to the conclusion of the April council meeting. Thank you, councillors.